Hello everyone, and welcome to this complete 2D animation course in Moho Pro. In this 10-hour training, you'll learn step by step how to bring your ideas to life through animation. We'll start from the very basics, perfect for beginners, and gradually move to advanced techniques used by professionals. Throughout these 81 lessons, you'll discover how to design, rig, and animate your own characters and scenes using Moho Pro's powerful tools. You don't need any previous experience, just your creativity and the passion to learn. By the end of this course, you'll have the skills to create complete, professional quality 2D animations from start to finish. So, take a deep breath, open Moho Pro, and let's begin your animation journey together. To be able to create a new worksheet, select the New option from the File menu. On the left side of the new page, we have various design tools. The first part is Tools, which we use to design and create different shapes. The Fill part is used to color characters or shapes. The Layers section is used to select general layers and write text. We use the Camera tools to move the camera and zoom. This blue rectangle that you see on the screen shows the camera frame. Whatever is inside this blue rectangle, we can see it in the final output. In the Workspace section, we use tools to move and zoom in on the design. Whatever tool we choose, we can see the settings for that tool in the top bar and change its parameters. At the top there are also different menus, which we will examine in future lessons. The tools in the Style section are used to paint different designs and shapes. In future tutorials, we will cover all its features. In the Layers panel, we can create different types of layers. And in general, every design we create fits into a specific layer, which we'll cover in more detail in future lessons. The next part is the Timeline, which we use to schedule objects, create keyframes, and different motion modes. And by moving the slider, we can move through time and animation. In this tutorial, you will get acquainted with the general environment of Moho software. In the following lessons, we will go into the details of each of these panels. In this tutorial, we will learn how to work with Freehand, Select Points, and Transform Points tools. Using a tool like a pencil, we can create any design. And every design we create creates multiple points on the lines, and we can select one or all of the points using the Select Point tool. If necessary, we can increase or decrease the thickness of the lines. To select all the points of the page, we use the Control button +A, and after selecting the points, we can delete all the selected points from the keyboard with the Delete button. As we explained in the previous lesson, by selecting any of the tools we can change the settings. I choose the Freehand tool. The shortcut for this tool is the letter F. There is auto-close in the settings of this tool. To connect the beginning and end of the shape and thus create the shape, we must enable this option. This option must also be enabled to color the created shapes. If the autofill option is enabled, it will be colored automatically after creating a closed shape. In the next lessons, I will teach you how to draw shapes and lines. The next option is Autostroke, which automatically applies the edge line to us. The Merge Strokes option is used to combine connection lines. And we use Hide Auto to hide the closed part. If auto close is off, other options are displayed. The auto weld option is used to weld two lines. Trim start and trim end options. When the lines cross each other, we can cut the beginning and the end of the line. The weld end option is used to connect the end of the line. When using the Select Points tool, we can change the selection mode using lasso mode. Using the flip button, an inverted shape is created. We use the Transform Points tool when we want to move a shape or several points. Also, in the settings of this tool, there are parameters to change the position on the X and Y axis and change the size on the X and Y axis. Using these levers that were placed on the points and holding the left click, we can easily make changes in the shape. And if we hold down the Alt key on the keyboard with the left click, we can also move the levers separately. In the Freehand Options section, we can specify the amount of line width change. Selecting the None option will not change the line width. In the Use Pen Pressure mode, it is possible to change the line width at the beginning and change the line width at the end, which we adjust with the middle wheel of the mouse. With the Variation Width option, we specify the amount of variation in the line width. Using the Random option, the line width changes randomly. The Smoothing option determines the softness of the line. We use point reduction to increase or decrease points on the line. Use the Reset option to reset the settings. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In the continuation of animation training with Moho software, I will teach you other tools for drawing shapes in character design. An Add Point option is a tool for designing different shapes using adding points. By selecting this tool and left-clicking, points are created, and by holding left-clicking and moving the mouse and clicking again, continuous lines are created. And if the Auto Weld option is enabled, we can create a closed shape by connecting the beginning and end of the line. Remember, only closed shapes can be painted. I taught autofill and autostroke in the previous lesson, which is used to create colors and strokes. Select all points with the Control key and A and press the Delete button on the keyboard to clear all points and lines. If the Sharp Corners option is enabled, all lines are created as sharp corners. We use this button to show or not to display the handles. Using the handles, we make changes to the shape. The next tool is the Curvature, which is used to angle or round the dots, as well as to move the handles. Select all points with the Control key and A and press the Delete button on the keyboard to clear all points and lines. Using the Draw Shape tool, we create different shapes, such as rectangles, ovals, triangles, stars, and other shapes. In the previous lesson, I taught Autostroke, which is used to paint and create edge lines. Use Delete Edge to remove lines or edges. The Magnet tool is used to stretch as well as move selected points. The Blob Brush tool is for drawing shapes and acts as a brush. The Eraser tool is used to erase lines and patterns. Point Reduction, by moving this tool on the lines, removes the extra points. Select all points with the Control key and A and press the Delete button on the keyboard to clear all points and lines. With the Scatter Brush tool and selecting different options in the Settings section, it creates different shapes for us. We can also resize these shapes. You can easily delete them by selecting any of the shapes and the Delete button. With the Control button plus Z, we go one step back, and with the Control button plus Shift plus Z we go one step forward. With the Perspective tool, we create a perspective state for the shape. The Shear Points tool is used to change the shape and distance of points. Bend points are used to create curvature. To create noise, we use the Noise tool. It works by left-clicking and moving the mouse. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In the continuation of animation training with Moho software, in this video, I will teach you color tools. To paint, we must first create a shape or a closed design. To do this, we can use the Freehand or Draw Shape tool. After creating a closed shape, select the Select Shape tool and click on the desired shape. Now in the Settings section of this tool, we can easily change the color of the shape. From this part, we can also change the transparency of the color. With the dropper, it is also possible to sample the color. The Fill option activates or deactivates the color of the shape. The Stroke option activates or deactivates the edgeline color, and we can easily change the edge color. Using the Width option, we increase or decrease the diameter of the edges. The Select All button selects all the shapes created in the active layer. I will teach the Layers section in future lessons. We used the Create Shape tool to create the shape. For example, I create a design with the Add Point tool. Then with the Create Shape tool, I click on the design. After the Settings section, I choose to create only the color inside the shape, stroke, or both. Then I hit the Create Shape button to create the shape. We use the Paint Bucket tool to paint the shapes. Select the desired option again from the Settings section. From the Style section, select the inner color, and stroke diameter and click on the shape. The Delete Shape tool removes the color of the shape and leaves only the lines of the original shape of the shape. The Line Width tool increases or decreases the diameter of a part of a stroke. To do this, first select the line width and change the stroke value by left-clicking and dragging the mouse on one of the points in the shape. The Hide Edge tool is used to hide the edges. From the Stroke Exposure tool, increase or decrease the stroke value from the beginning or end of the line. You can apply the changes from the settings of this tool. The Curve Profile tool creates curvature and cuts on the line. Change the repeat count from the Settings section. Color Point tool to adjust the color strength at selected points. Drag the mouse from side to side. First I select a point and change its color and adjust the color strength. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video of Moho Animation tutorial, I will teach you Layer, Camera and Workspace tools. The first tool is Transform Layer. This tool is used to resize, move shape and rotate. We can make these changes both using the mouse and through the settings of this tool above. Changing the position on the X, Y, Z axis, changing the scale and angle is used to rotate the layer. Click the Reset button to return the changes to the previous state. The Show Path option is used to show the movement path when animation which we will use in future lessons. The flip layer option is used to invert the layer horizontally and vertically. Align layer is used to align the layers. The Set Origin tool is for setting the point around which the layer rotates. Each layer has only one point to rotate. Follow Path tool. This tool is used to follow an animation feature, which we will cover in a separate tutorial. The Rotate Layer tool is for rotating the layer, which is done by dragging the mouse and left-clicking. The Reset button returns the layer to its previous state. The shear layer is applied by dragging the mouse and left-clicking on the changes. Layer Selector. When we have many layers, by selecting this tool and clicking on the desired shape, the layer corresponding to that shape is selected in the Layers section. We use text to write text. In future lessons, I will teach you how to write the text completely, and for now, we will only introduce the tools. Eyedropper tool. By selecting this tool and clicking on shapes and other layers, its properties will be transferred to. We use the camera tools to move the camera, zoom in and rotate the camera. Apply the changes by holding down the left click and dragging. And as we said in the first lesson, this is the blue rectangle of the camera frame. The Pan tool is for moving in the workspace. It operates by left-clicking and dragging the mouse. Reset button to return to the original state. The Zoom tool is for zooming and works by dragging the mouse. The Rotate tool is used to rotate the workspace. The Orbit tool is used to watch workspace from a long distance and in 3D. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In the continuation of Moho animation training in this video, I will teach the Style section. The Style section includes color and stroke changes as well as color effects. We use fill and stroke to change the inner color and edges of the shape. And also we can activate and deactivate each of them. For this, we first select the shape with the Select Shape tool and then apply the changes. By selecting the dropper and dragging, we can choose the desired color from within the workspace. And with the Width option, we change the stroke diameter. Using this tool, we change the stroke mode with the available options. We use effect tools to create different effects. We use shaded to create an inner shadow. We also have access to the settings of this tool, which include blur, offset, light angle, and shadow color. The soft edge effect is used to blur the edges of the shape. In the settings section of this tool, the blur radius can be changed. Press Ctrl R to see the final result and preview. The halo effect is used to create a luminous ring. In the settings of this tool, we can change the color of the luminous ring and its radius. We used the gradient effect to create several colors. Also, in the settings of this tool, the type of gradient and colors can be changed. We use Select Texture to apply the photo on the shape. Activate the Don't Repeat option to not repeat the texture. To create an outer shadow, we use the Drop Shadow effect. Also, in these settings, shadow color, shadow direction, offset and blur can be changed. We use the crayon effect to create a color pencil looks and mess up the edges. To create spots on the shape, we use the splotchy effect. The spots effect is used to create colored spots. In the settings section of this effect, the size of the spots, the distance between the spots, the angle of the spots, and their color can be changed and adjusted. We use the three-dot button to see and adjust the applied effect. To remove the effect, we use the plane option. The Swatches tool is used to select different color samples. For example, we use face for human face colors. We will use these colors in future lessons in character creation. To copy the color, we use the Paste and Copy buttons. The Reset button returns the settings to the initial state. Checker selection is used to change the shape color selection mode. In advanced mode, we can create different color styles, which we will discuss in advanced training. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, you will get to know the types of layers in Moho software, so that you can easily work with different layers and create characters and animations in the next lessons. There are different layers in New Layer. The first layer is Vector, which we use to create different designs or create characters. We can use multiple vector layers to create a design. For example, I create the character's head in one layer and the character's eyes in another layer. Be careful to click on each layer. You can only select the shapes and designs you created in that layer and apply the changes. To copy a shape, we use Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. I placed the character's mouth in another layer. Pay attention that the higher layers are placed in front of the lower layers. We use image sequences and image layers to import photos. We use the group layer to create a folder. With the Group with Selection layer, it places the selected layers in a folder. We use Ctrl and left click to select multiple layers. The bone layer is used to create the bones of the character. In future lessons in character animation, we will use this layer. We can put some other layers in the bone layer. By creating a switch layer and placing several layers inside it, we switch between different layers. For example, we can use this layer to open and close the eyes. Use this layer to create frame-by-frame animation. Use the particle layer to create different copies of the same shape. We use this layer to create notes. Remember that these notes are not applied in the final rendering. To insert the sound, we select the audio layer. The patch layer is used to hide parts of the shapes that are placed on top of each other. I create two shapes in two different layers and hide or patch the common parts with the patch layer. We use the text layer to write text. These are all the layers that are used in the creation of animation. This button is used to copy the layer. With reference copy, the copied layer applies the properties of the reference layer. To remove layers, we use Delete Layer. To see the settings of each layer, we use Layer Setting. By double-clicking on each layer, the settings of each layer can be seen. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. Hello friends, in this video I will teach you how to create keyframes and animations in Moho software. We used the timeline section to create frames and animations. Each vertical line you see on the timeline represents 1 second. Every second is 24 frames. Of course, this number can be changed, which we will discuss in the next tutorials. We use the slider to move in the timeline. For example, to go to frame 18, I put the slider on the number 18. In the frame section, we can also see the number on which the slider is located. The next number is the total number of frames that we considered to create the animation, which now shows the number of 240 frames. This number can also be changed. To change the total frames of the animation, we go to the desired frame by moving this lever in the timeline, and with the Alt button and right-clicking on the desired number, we decrease or increase the total keyframes of the animation. You can see that the total number of frames also changes. We use the Rewind button to return the slider to frame 0. Remember that the slider must be at frame 0 to create a design or create a character. We use this option to move the slider on previous keyframes. Use the Step Back button to move the slider back to 1 frame. We use this button to play and stop the animation. The next button moves the slider forward 1 frame. To move the slider to the last keyframe, we use the Jump to End button. The next keyframe button moves the slider to the next keyframes. Now we create a simple animation by creating keyframes. First, I create a new vector layer. I can change the name of the layer by double-clicking on it. Then, using the Draw Shape tool, I draw a circle and I change its color. I place the circle in the desired place with the Transform tool. With the Origin tool, I place the turning point of the shape in the center of the circle. Now I place the slider in frame 1 and select the Transform tool, left-click on the circle. In this way, a keyframe is created in the timeline. Now I place the slider in frame 18 and place the circle in the next desired location. To create the next movement, I put the slider in frame 36 and put the circle in the next place. Remember, the closer the keyframes are, the faster the animation will be. Now, in order for the movement of the circle to be smooth, I select all the keyframes by holding the left click and dragging, and select the smooth mode by right-clicking on one of the keyframes. Finally, I put the slider on frame 1 and click on the play button. In this way, we created a very simple animation. Friends, in this tutorial, you got acquainted with the timeline section in creating keyframes, and using them, we created a simple animation. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, we design a character. To create a character, it is better to first create the character on paper and then take a photo of the character and enter the photo the program. You can use any photo. First, select the image from the Layers section to enter the sketch. To make it easier to work, I double-click on the photo layer and set the opacity to 50. Now I create a new vector layer for the head. Remember to write down the name of each layer so that you can find the desired layer more easily later. I select a circle from the Shapes tool to create the head. With the Select Shape tool, I hide the inner color of the shape so that I can see the basic design more easily. And I also reduce stroke. I taught all these tools in previous lessons. I place the points on the headlines with the Transform Point tool. I add more points with the Add Point tool and place them on the headlines. I adjust the lines using the levers. You can adjust the levers individually with the Alt button. Now we create a new layer for the hair. I draw the hair with the Freehand tool. In the Settings section, the Auto Weld must be active. Using the Transform tool and levers, we regularize the lines. I create a new layer for the eyes. I create a circle for the eyes. I select the shape with the transform tool and copy it with Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to create the inner circle of the eye. Holding the Alt button makes the shape smaller than the center point. Now I copy these two shapes to create another eye. I create a new layer for the eyebrow. To create another eyebrow, I copy this eyebrow and reverse it. I put the eyebrow layer under the hair layer. I create a new layer for the mustache. I also make a new layer for the mouth. I place the mouth layer under the mustache layer. The order of layers is very important. I create another layer for the neck. I adjust the lines with the curvature tool and levers. I put the neck layer under the head layer. I create another layer for the upper body. I create a new layer for the lower part. Designing in this way makes the character move better. I create a new layer for the arm. I create a new layer for the forearm. I create a new layer for the hand. This time I use the Add Point tool to design the hand. To create the other arm and forearm, I select 2 layers and place them in a folder. And I get a duplicate from the folder. I put the backhand folder under all the layers. I also take a duplicate from the right hand. And I place the new layer below all layers. I create a new layer for the thigh. I create a new layer for the leg. Now I copy the thigh and leg for the other leg. I create a new layer for foot. I create a copy of foot for the other foot. Now I turn off the basic sketch layer and paint the character. With the Layer Selector tool and clicking on the hair layer is selected. I select and color the hair with the Select Shape tool. I repeat this for all layers. A very important point is that here the shoe and part of the leg of the character are on the same layer so that the leg is behind the shoe. Select the part of the leg with the Select Shape and press the Alt button and then the down button from the press the keyboard. For the hand to be under the clothes, we must place it under the arm and forearm folder. Now you can see that there are still some problems that we need to correct the arrangement of the layers. We use the patch to hide the extra parts. Friends, our character design is over. Now our character is ready for animation, which I will teach you in the next lesson. In this video I will teach you how to bone and animate the character. First, make sure to put the slider in 0 frames. In the Layers section, I create a bone layer. I will name the layer Bone. All layers are selected by selecting the first layer and holding the Shift button and selecting the last layer. By dragging all the layers, I put the head and body in the bone layer. We use the Add Bone tool to create bones. Left-click and drag. I create bones for all body parts that have separate layers. I also create a bone for the general movement of the body. To ossify the hand that is placed behind the body, I temporarily turn off the torso, patch, and pelvis layers. I also create the bones for the legs in this way. I turn on the layers that I turned off again. Now I reduce the bone strength using the Bone Strength tool. I press Ctrl+A to select all the bones. I decrease the strength of all bones by left-clicking and dragging. You should definitely reduce the power of this bone to 0. Now we have to use the Reparent Bone tool to connect the movement of the bones so that the bones move correctly. The order of attachment of the bones is always the same. For this, I first select the bone with the Bone tool. Then I click on the original bone using the Reparent tool. Now it shows with a red mark that the red bone is connected to another bone. In this case, with the movement of the main bone, the red bone also moves. In the same way, do this for the other bones in the order that I am teaching now. Pay attention to the order of connecting the bones. You can see that the bones of the legs are correctly connected to the other bones and there is no need to change them. After finishing this work, you will see that there are still some errors that we need to correct. Now I select all the head layers and put them in a folder. Now attach the head folder to the head bone. To do this, I select the head folder and click on the head bone with the Bind Layer tool. The color of the bone is red. This shows that the head bone is bound to the head layer. I select the neck bone with Bone Select, then click on the neck with the Layer Selection tool to select the neck layer. Then I click on the neck bone with the Bind tool. We repeat this for all layers and bones. With the Bone Manipulation tool, I test the correct movement of the bone and layer. You can see that we did the boning and animation of the character correctly. In the next lesson, we will create a range of motion for the bones. In this video, we want to create movement restrictions for the bones of our character that we designed in the previous tutorials. As you can see, now the bones of our character move without limitation, which causes unnatural movements of our character. So for this reason, we have to create limits for each of the bones. First, I select the bone layer. I click on the neck bone with the Select Bone tool so that its color turns red. Now I select Bone Constraints from the Settings section. I activate the Angle Constraints option and write the minimum and maximum constraints. From -20 to 20. I close this section and test the movement of the neck bone with the Manipulate Bones tool. You can see that now the limitation of neck movement is normal. Now I select the head bone and repeat the same thing again. For the head bone, I write -50 to 30. Remember that these numbers may be slightly different for other characters. We also test the movement of the head, and you can see that the movement of the head is normal. We apply movement restrictions to all bones in the same way. Now I limit the movement of the pelvis. I write the numbers -20 to 20. We apply the number of 30 to 130 for the torso bone. For the arms, I write -80 to 210. We consider the numbers -30 and 140 for the forearms. I write the movement limit for the hands from -30 to 60. For this bone, I apply -20, 20. For thigh, I write -50 to 135. Numbers from -160 to 10 are suitable for shin. For foots, I consider a limit of -35 to 40. Well, friends, now you can see that all the movements of the character are done very naturally. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to animate the eyes using SmartBones. If you are interested in watching my next tutorials, be sure to press the subscribe button below the video. In this picture, you can see how the eyes and eyelids move using the SmartBone. I choose the new option from the File menu and create a new worksheet. I create a new vector layer called IL. I draw a circle for the eye with the Draw Shape tool. I select the circle with the Transform tool. And I make a copy of the circle. We use Ctrl+C and then Ctrl+V to copy. By holding the Alt button and dragging from the corner of the shape, I make the copied circle smaller from the center. I make it black. You can use other colors. I create a new vector layer for the eyelid. I create an oval shape above the eye. I choose the color of the skin of the body for the eyelid. I select both eye and eyelid layers and put them in one group. I will change the name of the group to IL. I use a mask to remove the extra parts of the eyelid. I double-click on the group and select Hide All in the masking settings. In this case, you can see that the extra parts of the eyelid are hidden. I double-click on the eyelid layer. The Mask This Layer option in the masking menu must be active. We activate Add to Mask for the eye layer. I make the edges of the eyelids thicker using the Line Width tool. I select the eye group and create a duplicate. In this way, a copy of the eye is created. I write the name of this group as IR for the right eye. Now we have two groups for left and right eyes. Click on the new group. And with the Transform tool, I drag the new group layer to the right. I select both groups with the Control button and put them in a new group. I click on the new group and change the position of the eyes. Now to create Smart Bone, I create a bone layer. I put the eyes folder inside the bone layer. Remember, if your character has an original bone, there is no need to create a new bone. The only important thing is that the eye group is inside a layer of bone. I click on the bone layer and create a bone using the Add Bone button. With the Bone Strength tool, I will drag the bone strength to 0. I click on the bone menu and select Make Smart Bone. I change the name of the smart bone to the eye. The minimum and maximum angle of bone movement should be from -90 to 90. I set the frame length to 48. And this option must be active. I activate the Action section. When the timeline screen is blue, it means that Smart Bone is active. I select the eye layer with the Layer Selector tool. I put the slider in frame 48. Now I move the eye with the Transform tool. To move directly, hold the Shift button. They repeat this for the other eye. In the Action section, I double-click on Mainline. In the Action section, I click on Eye 2 and Smart Bone is activated again. I put the slider on frame 48 again. And I change the place of the eyes. I click on the main line again. I select the bone layer and test my eye movement. You can see that it is working properly. I will create another bone. I set its power to 0. Smart Bone should not be connected to another bone. So I target the connection with the Reparent Bone tool and left-click. Again, from the Bone menu and the Make Smart Bone option, I make the same settings as before. I will change its name. This time I move the eyes upwards. I click on Mainline again. I select the option OP2 from the Action section and apply the changes. I try the eye movement up and down. To open and close the eyes, I create another Smart Bone and apply its settings as before. The strength of the bone is 0 and not connected to another bone. I choose Make Smart Bone and change the name. I select the slider in frame 48 and the eyelid layer. By selecting the point, I drag it down. I repeat this for the other eye. From the Action section, I select eyelid 2 and in frame 48, I create a state of surprise for the eyes. After finishing the settings, I try the movement of the eyes and eyelids. You can see that all the movements are done correctly. To save the project, select Save As from the File menu. We use Import to import the file. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video I will teach you how to create mouth movements with the switch layer and how to make the character speak. To make the character's mouth, I first make a vector layer. I will name this layer Mouth. Using the circle, I make the mouth. And I change the location of the points with my transfer. I select the side of the mouth and correct their angle a little. And I narrow the corners with the line width tool. A little thicker in the middle of the lips. To paint the mouth, I choose the face option from the swatches section. And I extract the color inside the mouth from it. I also change the color of the lips. I make the character's teeth with a rectangle. I change its color to white. I try to align the edge of the teeth with the edge of the lips. Now I take a copy of the tooth and put it next to it. We use Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to copy. I make a switch layer and put the mouth layer inside the switch layer. I get a duplicate from mouth. Then I change the shape of the mouth and teeth with the transform tool. I add a point to the teeth to adjust the edges more easily. In this way, we created two different mouth positions. Again, I take another duplicate from the mouth layer and make another mouth shape. In this way, we created the third state of the mouth. Again, I take another duplicate from the mouth layer and make another mouth shape. Now we have created the fourth state of the mouth. If I click on any layer, that layer will be activated. I take another duplicate of the mouth layer and apply the changes to the next mouth pose. In this case, I slightly round the corners. I take another duplicate of the mouth layer and change the shape of the mouth and teeth. You can see that we created different mouth shapes. By right-clicking on the switch layer, we can choose the desired mouth mode. We can also change the mouth by using the Layer Switch tool. In the window menu, when selecting the Switch selection option, we can see different mouth states. To add the character's voice from the audio layer, I select the desired voice in MP3 format. In this way, the sound enters the timeline. Now I double-click on the switch layer. In the switch section, I select the sound that I entered in the software. Now the character speaks by pressing the play button. Now you can see that the character speaks well. Now you can see that the character speaks well. We can choose interpolate or frame-by-frame modes to talk. In this case, the movement of the lips changes slightly. Now you can see that the character speaks well. Now you can see that the character speaks well. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to walk the character in Moho software. First, I put the main layer of the character in a group. And with the transfer tool, I put the character in the place I want. In order to move the character more accurately, activate the grid option from the View section. I put the slider on frame 1. I adjust the standing position of the character using the Manipulate tool. This is how keyframes are created. Don't forget to enable autofreeze first to create keyframes for all bones. I put the slider on frame 6 and changed the body position of the character. In this way, other keyframes are created. Now I put the slider on frame 12 and apply other changes. You must perform the movements very carefully according to the instruction. I put the slider on frame 18 and complete the character's movements. I put the slider in frame 24 and apply the changes. I try the created movements and continue the work. I put the slider in frame 30. I select all the keyframes of frame 6, copy them with Ctrl button plus C and paste them in frame 30 with Ctrl plus V. In this way, we apply the movement of the character's body in frame 6 to frame 30. In frame 6, we move the character's body slightly backwards. In frame 12, we move the body and the character a little further. In frame 18, the body moves back a little. Finally, in frame 24, we move the character's body a little further. Again, I copy the frames of frame 6 and paste them in frame 30. In this way, all the movements of frame 6 are copied in frame 30. In order to repeat the action continuously, I select all the keyframes of frame 30 and right-click on one of the keyframes. Now I select the cycle option. The keyframes section is activated for us. In this section, I select the relative option and write the number 7 in the upper box and the number 30 in the lower box. I click the play button. You can see the correct walking action is repeated. Now I disable the grid. We can save the walk of the character and use it in different projects if needed. For this, we use the Action section. I select all the repeating keyframes and copy them. I put the slider in 0 frame. I click on the new action option and name the action walk and click OK. He sees that the color of the timeline section turns red, which shows that we are in action mode. Now I put the slider in frame 1 and paste the copied frames. I click on mainline to exit the action mode. You can see that the walk action is saved. I delete the previous keyframes that I created in the timeline. Now we can create walking mode very quickly in any frame we need. For example, I put the slider in frame 30 and select the walk action and click on the Insert Copy option. You can see that very quickly the action of walking is created for the character. I turn on the photo I entered as background. To create the movement for walking, I put the slider at the beginning of the walking keyframe, which is now in frame 30. I select the layer group that we created at the beginning. I put the slider in frame 144. I select the transform tool and move the character to the front. The closer these keyframes are to each other, the faster the character moves. Now I press the play button. I select the keyframes and right-click on one of the keyframes and select the linear option so that the character moves along the path at a constant speed. You can see that our character moves well. To save the action, I put the slider at frame 0. I select the character layer and walk action and click on the export option and save the action. To import the action, click on the Import option and enter the action into the software. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you different types of keyframes in motion graphs. which changed the acceleration and movement of characters or different objects. To compare the movements, I entered 4 photos of the same plane into the Moho software. I select 4 photos and put the slider in frame 1. I click on the work surface with the transform tool to create a keyframe for each of the planes. I put the slider in frame 48 and with the same transfer tool, I move the planes forward with the shift button and hit the play button. In this case, you can see that the planes move at the same speed and in harmony. Now I want to make changes to the speed of the planes. First, I select the first plane layer and select its keyframes by left-clicking. I right-click on one of the keyframes and select Ease In. In this case, you can see that the distance between the points on the track changes. The greater the distance between these points, the higher the speed in that part, and vice versa. I select the second plane layer and put its keyframes in Ease Out mode. Again, changes are made to the route and points. I choose the third plane. This time I choose the Ease In and Out option. I select the fourth plane layer and select its keyframes in linear mode. Now, if I press the play button, you can see that the speed of the planes is different in different sections. The first plane in the Ease In mode has a slower movement at the beginning of the route and then the speed increases. In the Ease Out mode, the second plane moves faster at the beginning of the route and slows down later on. You can see that the third plane in the Ease In and Out mode moves more slowly at the beginning and end of the route and speeds up in the middle of the route. But the fourth plane, which is in linear mode, has the same speed and uniformity along the entire route. And there are points on the path with the same distance. So you can see that all 4 screens start moving from frame 1 and end at frame 48, but their movement acceleration is different along the way. We use these options a lot in animation. I will select the fourth plane again and this time I will select the Bezier option. In this case, by changing the graph, we determine the speed of movement. I select the motion graph section and click on the transform layer. Now by changing the levers we can change the speed of movement. By lowering this lever, the distance between the points increases, which increases the speed. Notice that I move the red lever. And with this lever, I reduce the speed of movement at first. Now, if I press the play button, you can see that the plane moves slowly at the beginning of the path and its speed increases very much at the end of the path. In this tutorial, you learned the types of movement speed and motion graph that we use a lot in animation. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you the particle layer and its settings. For example, if we want to design a forest in animation, we have to draw all the forest and trees ourselves, which takes a lot of time. But with the help of the particle layer, we can create a large number of trees in a very short time and determine their exact number. First, I create a new worksheet. I will name this layer tree. I create the tree using shape and rectangle tools. With the Add Point tool, I add some new points. And with the Transform tool, I drag the points inwards to create the trunk of the tree. I choose a brown color for it. With the circle, I create the upper part of the tree. I choose the green color for that. Now I want to make 50 of these trees very quickly. For this, I select Particle from the Layers section. Drag the tree layer into the particle layer and left-click on the particle layer. You can see that a lot of this tree is created that we need to modify its settings properly. I double-click on the particle layer and name it Forest. I click on the particle section and change the particle settings. First, I set the number of copies and write 55. Which means the tree will be copied 55 times. The amount of preview is 55. I set the lifetime to 0. Source width number 30. Source height 0. Source depth value is 30. And I will set the last three options to 0. Direction should be set to 90 and acceleration should be set to 270 so that the tree is created vertically. And I set the rate to 0. You can change these numbers to your taste and check the different results. I click on the OK button. Now you can see that 55 trees have been created with different distances from each other. If we see from two views and check this view with the Orbit tool, we can see the number and location of the trees better. In this way, we were able to create a large number of this tree very quickly. You can use different shapes and designs instead of a tree and copy them with particles. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to write text and its settings in Moho software. To write text, I select Text from the Layers section. From this part, we can choose the font we want. And I write my text in the Enter Text field. You can write a word or a sentence. Now, if I click OK, I can easily move the text and put it in the right place. I double-click on the text layer to see the text settings again. From the Fill section, we can easily change the color of the text. I choose red. Or we can choose other colors. By activating stroke, I create a line around the text and change its color. Using the width option, I decrease or increase the stroke value. To sort the long texts that we create vertically, the justification option is used, which sorts from left, center, and right. We use scale to change the text size. The kerning tool changes the spacing between letters. The leading tool is used to increase or decrease the distance between texts that are written vertically. To create a text background, click on None and choose the background you want. There are different options in square and circle shape. In the balloon settings section, the background color and stroke can be changed. Then I increase or decrease the stroke size. From this section, we can change the background details of the text as desired and check them. You can combine the changes and create a new shape. To reverse the background or balloon, flip vertical and horizontal options are used. And we can make the text background bigger or smaller. And finally, we press the OK button to create the text. We can easily change the place of the text or animate it. We can make the text bigger or smaller with the Transform tool. Do not forget that text layers are indicated by the letter T. Friends, in this video you learned how to work with text layers and its settings. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video I want to teach you about masks in animation. If you have worked with Photoshop before, you are familiar with mask. In fact, by using a mask, we can hide part of the shapes or characters in the animation. First, I will teach the mask by drawing some simple shapes, and then I will create an animation using the mask. First, I create a rectangle. I create a new layer and name it Circle. I will name the bottom layer as Rectangle. Always name layers so you can find them easily. I will create another new layer and name it Star and make a star. I change its color to purple. I click on the circle layer and create a circle. And I will make it blue. If we double-click on any layer, you will see that there is no mask option. In order for the mask section to be displayed, we must put all the layers in a layer group. So I make a group layer and put all the layers inside it. Now I double-click on the group layer. You can see that there is a masking section here. I choose Hide All option. Now you can see that the part of the circle and the star that are not inside the rectangle are hidden. I move the star layer. When the star is inside the rectangle, it will be revealed and it will be hidden outside the rectangle. Don't forget that the order of layers is very important. I also move the circle layer and you can see that the circle is revealed only when it is placed inside the rectangle. I double-click on the circle layer. Now there is a masking section. This time I choose the last option. In this case, the circle will display the star only when it is placed on the star. Now, in the circle layer, I choose another mask option. In this case, the circle is obvious and when it is placed on the star will also be displayed. I double-click on the star layer and in the masking section, I select the Don't Mask This Layer option. In this case, the mask does not affect the star shape. This time, I will not select the last option in the masking section. In this case, the star will be hidden. So you can see that by choosing different masking options, the mask mode changes. I repeat again that the order of the layers inside the group layer is very important. And by changing the location of the layers, different results are obtained. Now that you are familiar with the concept of masks in animation, I will quickly show you the use of masks by creating a simple animation. I create a new worksheet. With a blue rectangle, I create the shape of the sea. I create plants very quickly from the library section. And I put them in the right place. I take a copy of bush and replace it. I create a new layer and draw a stone so that a fish comes out of the stone using a mask. I choose a fish from the library section. I press the flip button to change the direction of the fish. Now the fish is placed on this stone. But we want it to look like the fish is coming out of the stone. Here the mask is used. I create a group layer. I put all the layers except the fish in the group layer. I create a new layer and put it inside the group layer. I double-click and name this layer mask. I select the rock layer and select the points where the fish wants to come out. I copy with the Control button in C and paste it in the layer mask with the Control button in V. I draw the movement area of the fish with the brush tool. And I connect the lines. I change its color. Now I choose the layer of fish and put it on the stone. I select the group layer and double-click. In the masking section, I choose the Hide All option. Now I put the fish layer inside the group layer. I select the layer mask and double-click. In the masking section, I choose the last option. And I press the OK button. Now you see, it looks like a fish is coming out of a rock. By moving the fish, you can see that part of the fish is actually hidden. Be careful not to go outside the mask. Now I will animate the fish very quickly so that you can see the result better. The mask does not matter outside of the camera frame. You can see that our mask and animation are working properly. In this video, you learned how to work with the mask and its settings. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you about motion blur in Moho software. Motion blur is the obvious streaks of moving objects in a photo or sequence of frames, such as a movie or animation. This is the result when fast motion is created in the animation. To check the performance of the motion blur and its settings, I select a character from the library section to enter the work page. First, I will press the play button so that you can see the animation. I want to start the motion blur at frame 70, so I put the slider at frame 70. And I want it to continue until frame 84. I double-click on the main layer of the character. In this settings section, I enter the motion blur section. I activate the motion blur option. Don't forget that enabling motion blur will make the final render longer, so use it only when necessary. The first option shows the number of frame repetitions, so I apply the number 2. I set the frame skip to 1. With the start and end opacity options, we determine the amount of transparency from the beginning to the end of the motion blur. I set the blur radius value to 6. You can change these numbers and get different results. I press the apply button. Now I put the slider at frame 84 where I want the motion blur to end. I disable the motion blur option. And I press the OK button. By pressing the Control button and R, which is fast rendering, you can see that the motion blur is activated and displays the acceleration mode. For you to see the final work, we take a short rendering of the animation. I choose Animation Rendering from the File section. I write the start and end frames of rendering, and I press the OK button. Now you can see that the motion blur works well and an acceleration mode has been created for the character's movement. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I want to teach you how to make a scene in animation. First, I use a rectangle to draw the sky. The sky must be bigger than our camera frame. Remember, we can only see the shapes inside the camera frame in the final rendering. I change the color of the sky to blue. To make the sky color more natural, I use the gradient effect. I taught this effect in previous lessons. I will adjust the direction of your rotation. Now you can see that the sky looks much more natural. I create a new vector layer to draw the ground. I will change its name to Earth. I return the effects section to the initial state so that no effect is applied when designing the terrain. I also create a rectangle for the ground. I choose a color for it. I can extract the color from this photo. I add 2 points to create a bump on the ground. And I change the location of the points with the Transform tool. In this way, we created land very easily. I press Ctrl and R to get a better look at the scene I made. Now, to add a tree, we can design a tree or use the Moho library. I click on the library. In this section, I write a tree in search. You can see that it shows us different trees, each of which we can choose and enter into the scene. I double-click on this tree and click to enter the scene. I make the tree a little smaller with Transform and put it in the right place. Now I copy the tree by pressing the Ctrl button C and paste it with the Ctrl V. In this way a copy of the tree is created. I change its place with the Transform tool. In the tree layer, we now have 2 trees. I take a quick render of the scene with the R control button to see the details better. I enter the Moho library section again and can enter more details into the scene. Now, by selecting the clouds and double-clicking, I enter them into the scene. I select all the clouds and make them smaller with the Transform tool. We easily added clouds to the scene. Remember that every detail that we enter into the scene will be made a layer for it. I return to the library section. And I add the stones to the scene. I make the stones smaller again and put them in the right place. And in the same way, I bring the grasses from the library section into the scene. I want to kill the sun. I draw a circle. I consider the yellow color for the sun. And put it in the right place. And I disable the stroke of the sun. I enter the Effects section and select the Soft Edge effect. And I press the Control button and R. In this way, a more natural state is created for the sun. You saw that we were able to design an animation scene very easily using the Moho library. With these ready images, you can create different scenes according to your taste. Now, for example, I will introduce an animated character into the scene so that you can see the final work. I select Husky from the library section and enter the scene. I make it smaller. Remember that the slider must be in 0 frame and then import characters or other layers from the library. Our character is ready, I just need to move it forward. I press the play button to move our character. I will also take a final rendering so you can see the work better. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to animate a character's photo. As you know, we can import photos of different characters into Moho and use them in the animation. For this, we must first separate the character's body parts as separate photos using Photoshop software. I enter the photo of the character into the Photoshop software. First, I select and remove the background of the photo with the Magic Wand tool. I select the leg of the character with the Lasso tool. Then I copy it with Ctrl+C and then I press Ctrl+N to select a new document. Be sure to select the transparent option in the background section. After creating a new document, I press Ctrl+V to paste the image. Now I can export this photo very easily. It must be saved as PNG. I choose a name for it and save it. Now I repeat this for all the body parts of the character. After separating the body parts of the character, I enter the Moho program. From the Layers section, I import the photos into the Moho program. Now I select all the photos and make them smaller with the Transform tool. I make a bone layer that is in the shape of a bone. I will change its name. I select all photo layers and drag them into the bone layer. In this way, we can move all the photos together with the transform tool. We can move the photos separately. We separate all the layers. It is better to write a specific name for all layers. Now I create bones for the character. Before boning, I create a switch layer for the head so that we can use different head positions in the animation. I have taught the switch layer in previous lessons. I click on the bone layer and create the bones with the Add Bone tool. I reduce the strength of all bones with the Bone Strength tool and dragging. Now we need to correct the connection of the bones to each other with the Reparent Bone tool. First, select the bone with the Select Bone tool and then connect it to the other bone with the Reparent tool, which is indicated by a red mark. Remember the order of connecting the bones as it is the same for all characters. In this way, each member moves properly. Dependent bones also function properly. Now we have to bind the bones to the layers. First, I select the bone and place it on the corresponding layer of that bone, and then I click on the bone with the Bind tool. In this way, this bone is bound to this layer. Now I am correcting the leg bone. To modify this bone, we have to double-click on the desired layer and activate the warp option in the image section. Now you see that the bone is functioning properly. So, if this problem occurs after binding, use the warp option to fix it. Now I put the body parts of the character together. In order for this hand to be behind the body, I put its layer under the body layer. I put the layer of the right leg under the layer of the pelvis. Now I try the movement of the character. You can see that all the bones are functioning properly. Do this training several times to master it. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. I will teach you how to use patch layers in animation in this video. By using patch layers, we can hide certain parts of a layer. To demonstrate the application of the patch layer, I create a basic shape of a hand. I take 2 duplicates of this shape for the forearm and palm. I put it on the second layer and put the forearm part in the right place. I select layer 3 and place it in the right place as the palm and make it smaller. In this video, the hand shape is unimportant because I just want to teach how to work with the patch layer. Now, using the patch layer, we hide these extra lines to create the shape of a hand. First, I make a bone layer. I select the layers with the control button and put them in the bone layer by dragging the mouse. With the Add Bone tool, I create the hand bones. I reduce the strength of bones. Now we can move the hand with the Manipulate tool. I select layer 3 and create a patch layer. I choose layer 2 as the target layer. A circle shape is created, and with the Transform tool we place it in the part we want to hide. You can see that the patch layer hides the extra lines that overlap. We can make it smaller or bigger with the Transform tool. Now, for the patch layer to move with the bone, we must bind it to the bone. First, you need to select the patch layer. Then we select the bone we want the patch to move with. Next, I click on the bone with the Bind Layer tool. Now, by moving the bone, the patch layer moves along with it. I make it a little bigger. Now I select Layer 2 and create a new patch layer. This time I select Layer 1 as the target. I select Layer Patch and put it in the right place. You can see that the extra lines hide this section as well. Now I bind this patch layer to the humerus so that it moves along with the humerus. Finally, you will see that all the extra lines are hidden and the patch layers will move with them as you move your hand. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to follow path in Moho software. The Follow Path tool can be used to create a certain path that you want a character or object to move in your animation. First, I enter a photo of an airplane into the Moho software. I also choose a name for the photo layer. I make the photo smaller and change its position with the Transform tool. Now I want to define a path for this plane so that the plane moves along the path we create. First, I click on the vector layer to draw a sky with a rectangle and change its color to blue. Now I create a new vector layer and name it Path. The path layer must be the highest layer. Now I draw a path for the plane with the Freehand tool. To convert this line into a path, I select the path layer and click on this symbol. In this section, activate the path option and click on the Apply button. Now the line we created has become a path. I click on the plane layer and reset the position to 0 and move it back a little. I select the Origin tool and click in the middle of the plane to rotate the plane from its center. Now I select the Follow Path tool and put the slider at frame 0. I click on the beginning of the path and then I put the slider in frame 120 and click on the end of the path. You see that the plane is moving on the track, but the problem is that the plane is not turning along with the track. We have to fix this problem. To fix this problem, I double-click on the plane layer. I activate the Rotate to Follow Path option. Now, with the Transform tool, I rotate the plane a little so that the plane and the track are aligned. You can see that the plane moves and rotates along with the track. In this way, we solved this problem. I will take a preview so that we can see the movement better. Another problem is that we don't want to see this path in the final render. To hide the path in the final render, I double-click on the path layer. I activate the Don't Render This Layer option. Now I will make a rendering of this animation so that you can see the final work. In this way, the plane moves on the path we created. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In this video, you will learn how to modify the character's movements using the action technique. When we create a character, we often need to modify the character's movements and save these changes for that character using the action. For example, if I bend the character, you can see that this part needs to be corrected to create a more natural arch. First, I select the bone corresponding to the part I want to modify. I change the name of this bone. You can choose a name for each bone. You can activate the Show Label option to see the names of the bones. You can also change the color of that bone. Now I activate the action part. In the Action section, I click on Main Timeline and create a new action. In this case, the color of the timeline turns blue and it is ready to save the changes. I put the slider on frame 1. There is no need to change its name. I bend the lumbar spine to the left and make corrections. With the Layer Selector tool, I click on the character's body to select its corresponding layer in the Layers section. Now I modify the side of the character with the Transform tool. I turn off the patch layer to select and modify the lower torso layer. You can use this option to hide and reveal these levers. By holding the Alt button, we can move these levers separately. After finishing the work, I click on Main Timeline. You can see that in frame 1, a keyframe is created. Now, if I click on the main bone of the character and bend the character, you can see that the movement of the character has been modified. We have to repeat the same thing for the right side. I double-click on the waist action and set the slider to frame 2. With the Bone Transform tool, I bend the character to the right. With the Layer Selector tool, I select the layers and modify them with the Transform tool. Now you can see that another keyframe has been created in frame 2. I click again on the main timeline to exit the action mode. By moving the lumbar bone, you can see that the bending movement of the character is well modified, and in the action section, these modifications are saved forever for this character. You can use this technique to correct different parts of the body. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In this video, I will teach you how to get the final output from Moho software. When all the stages of your animation are finished, you need to make the settings related to the project and then output. Of course, it is better to make the project settings before making the animation. First, select the project setting option from the File section. In this section, I determine the quality of the animation. The more we increase the video quality, the video volume and output time will increase. You can choose Full HD, 4K, and standard YouTube quality from this section. Also, you can write your desired quality by disabling the Constraint Proportions option. We can determine the number of frames per second using the frame rate option. Normally, the number 24 is suitable. Using the start frame and end frame, we determine the beginning and end of the animation, from which frame the animation output starts and which frame it ends. In this section, we can change the background color. Select the color you want by double-clicking. The depth of field section is related to the camera's settings in the scene. In this section, we can determine the amount of focus and blur radius of the camera to give depth to the scene. In the lesson related to camera settings, we will fully cover this section. In the Render Style section, we can consider various styles for animation. Contains 3 options: changing the style in the fill section, changing the style in the stroke section, and changing the style on the layer. By choosing any of the options, you can see the changes in this image. The Sort Layer option is related to working with the camera, which I will teach in the lesson related to the camera. The Anti-Aliasing option makes the lines in the scene softer. Be sure to enable it. With Noise Grain, we can add some noise to the scene to have a more natural animation. The number 10 is suitable. We can increase the number of pixels in the scene. No need to change other options. With the Restore Defaults option, the settings return to the previous state. The Save as Defaults option saves the changes we made. Click OK after making the settings. Now I click on the File section and select the Export Animation option. Again, here you can change the start and end of the animation. And whatever changes you make, clicking the entire animation button will take into account the number of frames you set in the timeline. Select the video format from here. You can output with photo, video, and GIF formats. In the Presets section, select MP4. There is no need to change the settings in the Render Options section. For example, if you enable the Render at Half Dimensions option, the animation quality will be reduced by half. Now choose the location to save the output file and choose a name for it. Click on the OK button to render. Use the Save as Defaults option to save the output settings. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to export without background. In some cases, it is necessary to combine the animation with videos or images in other software such as Premiere, to get an export without background. First, see the movement of the character. For output without background, I click on the Export Animation option from the File section. In the Output section, I select the video format. And I select MP4 PNG Alpha from the Preset section. I also set the first and last frames of the animation. I choose a name for it and click on the OK button. After finishing the output, in order to see the result better, I import the file into the Premiere software. And I combine it with another image. Now you can see that our character moves without background in this scene. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video I will teach you how to make a mouth and animate it with SmartBone. Using SmartBone, we can easily animate the character's mouth and create different mouth shapes. I will create a new worksheet for making the mouth so that you can better see the steps of making the mouth. I changed the name of the created layer to Mouth. I draw an oval using shapes. I select the oval with the Select Shape tool and change its color. I increase the stroke to 20 and make the oval color brown. I set the color red for the stroke. I select the oval with the Create Shape tool and convert it into a shape. I select the upper and lower points and increase the stroke with the Line Width tool and by dragging. I select the points of the corner of the lip and reduce the stroke with the Line Width tool and drag. You can increase or decrease the size of the lips based on your character type. Now I create a new vector layer and name it in Mouth. With the Draw Shape tool, I create another oval for the character's tongue. I will put it in the right place. I create another oval for the teeth and convert it to shape and make it white. I make a copy of the top tooth by pressing Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V on the keyboard. I created this copy for the bottom teeth. Remember, strokes are not needed for teeth. I select the face mode from the effects section and use the eyedropper tool to extract the color of the tongue from this image. I adjust the position of the teeth. Now I select two layers and put them in a group with right-click. Now I want to create a mask so that only the shapes placed on the mouth are visible and any part outside the mouth is hidden. I double-click on the group layer. In the masking section, I choose the Hide All option. You can see that the extra parts that are outside the mouth were hidden. Now I double-click on the mouth layer and activate this option in the masking section. And I apply. You can see that the mouth was well made. Now I can adjust the position of teeth and tongue. After making the mouth, I create a bone layer to animate the mouth. I put the group layer inside the bone layer. I select the bone layer and create 3 bones. I select the bones and set their strength to 0 by dragging. I remove their connection to each other with the Reparent tool by clicking on the work page. Now select the 3 bones that are selected. Select the Bone Selection tool and activate the angle in this section to create the range of movement of the bones. From 70 to -70. I name the first bone up and down. I also activate the Show Label option so that we can see the name of the bone. I select the bone twice and click on New Action. And I press the OK button. I put the slider in frame 24 and move the bone to the right with the Bone Transform tool. I choose the mouth layer. I select 2 points with the Select Point tool. Now, with the Transform tool and holding the Shift button, I move the points up. Holding down the Shift button is for smooth and direct movement. I double-click on Mainline. And I select the bone layer again and create a new action. I move the slider on frame 24 and the bone to the left. I choose 2 punts and move them down by holding down the Shift key. I click on Mainline again. Now we select the bone layer and test the movement of the mouth. You can see that it works well. We repeat the same thing for the next bones, with the difference that we make a different mouth shape. I leave the name of the next bone open and closed. I create a new action and place the slider in frame 24. I select the mouth layer and change the mouth state. You have to hold the Alt key so that the lips open at the same time. Now I select the in-mouth layer and change the position of the teeth and tongue. I click on Mainline. I do a new action again and close the mouth in the same way. Be sure to hold the Alt button to close your mouth. I choose the points of the corners of the lips. I correct the corners of the lips by using the curvature tool and dragging. I click on Mainline again and try the bone function. We repeat the same thing for the third bone and there is no need to explain anymore. I will name the third bone as RNL. I create a new action. I move the slider in frame 24 and the bone to the right. I change the position of the mouth. Be sure to hold the Alt button. I click on Mainline again. I create a new action. I change the slider in frame 24 and the bone to the left and the shape of the mouth. Finally, I click on Mainline. Now we can create different forms for the mouth by moving the bones or combine them together. Remember that these bones are not visible in the final render, and there is nothing wrong with that. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to make animation frame by frame. The changes we make in each frame in the scene are called frame by frame. This is suitable for complex images and animations that need to change every frame. I included a photo of a gun for this tutorial. You can import photos into the program from the File and Import section. I want to make the bullet firing frame by frame. For this, first, I select the frame by frame layer from the New Layer section. Here we have to choose whether we want to use a photo or a vector. I select the vector. I move the layer down by dragging it. The shape of this layer is slightly different from other layers, and inside it there is a vector layer. In this layer, I draw a bullet. I draw an ellipse with the Shape tool and with the Transform and Curvature tools. I change the points so that the oval looks like a bullet. I set the color of the field for it. I also change the color of the edge a little. Using the Origin tool, I place the center point of the bullet in the middle of the shape. I make the bullet smaller with the Transform tool and put it in the right place. Now I click on the frame by frame layer and use the Origin tool to place its center point at the beginning of the bullet. You can see that 3 options have been added at the top of the timeline. The first is New Frame to add a new frame. The second one is for deleting frames, and the third one is for getting duplicates. Now select the frame by frame layer and click on the New Frame button. You can see that a line is created in the timeline and the bullet is hidden in the scene. If I go back to frame 0, I can see the bullet again, and using the origin mark, I can determine the location of the bullet in the next frame. I go back to frame 1 and draw the shape of a bullet again. Now you can see that there are 2 bullets in 2 different frames. But in order to be more accurate, we use another method, so I delete the bullet in frame 1. I put the slider in 0 frame and take a duplicate from the bullet. By pressing the duplicate button, the slider automatically moves forward 1 frame and a copy of the bullet is created for us. Now we can easily move the bullet forward with the Transform tool. You can see that there are 2 bullets in 2 frames for us and the bullet has moved forward. The more we increase the distance between 2 bullets, the speed of the bullet increases. This number shows us the distance between the frames. By pressing the duplicate button, the slider moves forward 1 frame. So when I am in frame 1, I get another duplicate. The slider automatically goes to frame 2. I move the bullet forward with the Transform tool. I repeat the same thing several times until the bullet leaves the scene. After finishing this work, you can see that the animation of the bullet movement is well created for us. I put the mouse on frame 12, hold the Alt button and right-click until the animation ends up to frame 12. Now I will press the play button to see the result. We were able to create this animation using the frame-by-frame layer. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you bone dynamics in Moho. In Moho, bone dynamics allow you to automatically add secondary animation and follow through to your characters, giving you control over how you want things to move. Wind dynamics is a new way to take control over the strength, direction, and turbulence of wind and make your scenes come alive in minutes. Pay attention to the movement of the antenna on the car. The movement of the antenna follows the movement of the car and helps the animation to be alive. All this is with the help of bone dynamics, which I will teach you in the rest of this video. First, I imported a photo of a car. I create a bone layer for the car and put the photo of the car inside the bone layer. I make a bone for the car. I create a new vector layer and draw an antenna for the car with the Shape tool. I will add one point to correct the shape of the antenna. I create 4 points for the antenna with the Add Point tool. I add these points in the parts where I want the antenna to bend. I write the name of this layer as antenna and put it inside the bone layer. I click on the antenna layer and draw 2 lines next to the points. These are the guidelines to measure the bones to the points on the line. After finishing the work, I erase the guidelines. I click on the bone layer and create 3 bones with the Add Bone tool. Now I erase the guidelines. I bind the bones to the points. First, I click on the bone layer. I select the first bone and then click on the antenna layer. I select 2 points and activate the Bind Point tool. And finally, I click on the Bind Point button. So that the movement of this bone is connected to these points. I click again on the bone layer and select the next bone. And I repeat the same thing. I select 2 higher points and bind them. I click again on the bone layer, select the next bone and bind it to the top 3 points. I click on the bone layer, select 3 bones and set the bone strength to 0 with the bone strength tool and drag. I also set the power of the car to 0. I check the connection of the bones with the Reparent tool, which you can see is done correctly. You can modify the connection of the bones with the Reparent tool and clicking. I select the antenna and put it in the right place with the Transform tool. I select the bone layer and put the bones on the antenna with the Transfer tool. Now select the first bone and activate the Dynamic Bone option in the Bone Constraints section. In the boxes below, we can determine the amount of antenna movement. For this bone, I consider the numbers 2 to 2 and 1, respectively. I select the second bone and activate Bone Dynamics again. I consider the number 1 in each of the boxes. Again with the Select Bone tool, I select the third bone. I activate the dynamic bone and consider the number 1 for every 3 boxes. Now I click on the bone layer and create movement for the car. I put the car outside the frame with the Transform tool. I click on frame 1 to create a keyframe. I put the slider in frame 48 and move the car forward by holding the Shift button. And in frame 72, I also move the car back a little. I press the play button. You can see that the movement of the antenna is done well and is naturally coordinated with the movement of the car. You can use this technique in different projects. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to make rain, snow, smoke, and fire in animation. Click the subscribe button below the video to see the next tutorials. First, I click on the Scripts section and then I select the Particle Effects option. I click on the Energy Cloud option. In this setting, I can choose the color of the cloud or smoke that is created. I choose the color blue. You can see that the smoke is created like this. I can reposition it or make it smaller or bigger with the Transform tool. We can make changes in the settings of this effect. For example, I increase its width. I change the lifetime. We can change the movement angle and height. You can see that the changes are applied well. I will delete this layer. I go back to the Scripts section and select the Explosion option. Now I determine the amount of direction and expansion. In order for you to better see how to use this effect, I put the slider in frame 109. Delete this effect and select it again so that it starts from frame 109 of the explosion. I change the location of the explosion layer with the Transform tool. Now you can see that when the character lands, an explosion occurs. You can use this effect in similar situations. Now I select the rain layer. You can see that an ellipse is created at the top that I can change its location. If I move the slider forward, it will rain. We can also make changes in the settings of this effect. For example, I reduce the rainfall. I reduce the lifetime of the rain and you see the changes. We can change the width, height, and depth of rain. By reducing the width, I can create a shower mode. I can also change the speed and direction of the rain. You can see the result by changing the rate. Sometimes we need it to rain only in certain frames. For example, we don't want it to rain at the beginning of the animation, and we want to create rain in the continuation of the animation. To do this, I double-click on the rain layer. I activate this option. I set the opacity to 0 and press the Apply button. I put the slider in frame 1. Now I put the slider at frame 30 and set the option to 100. It's still raining. I set the opacity to 0 in frame 24 and press the OK button. Now you can see that a part of the timeline is colored red, which shows that it does not rain from frame 0 to 24 and it rains in the rest of the animation. I remove the rain layer. I choose the smoke effect. I can change the smoke color and other settings like style and amount of smoke here. You see, smoke and fire are created for us. I also remove this effect. Now I choose the snow effect. I create a dark background so that we can see the snow. And you can see that snow is created. Exactly the same settings that we checked for the rain effect are also available for the snow. This time I will select sparkles and set its color. Spark mode is created for us, and I can change its location. Each of these effects have similar settings that we have checked all of them and we can change them. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to create 3D environments and buildings in Moho. If we look at the project with the Orbit tool, you can see that I created the buildings in 3D. First, I create a new work page through File and New. I press the Control button and G on the keyboard to activate the grid for me. I draw a rectangle with the Shape tool. I hit Control and G again and disable the grid. You can see that both fill and stroke are active for this rectangle. I choose the color of coffee for the building. Again with the Shape tool, I create a rectangle for the upper part of the window. I will put it in the right place. I choose gray color for it. I get a copy of it by pressing Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. And I consider this copy for the bottom of the window. And I draw the window with the rectangle tool. With some other rectangles, I create the window glass. I changed the color of the glass. Yellow color can be suitable. Now I select the entire window with the Select Point tool. I get a copy of it by pressing Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V. I repeat this and get several copies of the window. Adjust the location of the window so that the distance between them is the same. With the Shape tool, I draw another rectangle as the distance between the floors of the building. I will modify the points a little. I'm going to make a copy of the same one again and drag it a little lower. And I make it darker. Now I select all the windows and copy them and use them to make the windows of the lower floors. I move them down by holding the Shift button. By pressing Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V again, I get a copy of the windows for the lower floor. I select the two middle windows and delete them with the Delete button to draw a door for the building. I draw a rectangle as a door with the Shape tool. I put the door in the middle of the building. I make a copy of the door and make it smaller by holding the Alt key. I also create a rectangle for the door handle and change its color. I also darken the color of the edges of the door. Now you can see that we designed the front of the building. I name this layer Front. I take a duplicate of this layer. I will name it L, which means left view. I will make a duplicate of this layer again. And I will name it R for the right view. Now we have to put the origin on the left side of the building. I click on the L layer. With the selection tool, I select a point on the left side of the building. I select the transform tool. I copy the X position number and then select the origin tool and paste that number into the X-axis of the origin. You can see that the origin is placed on the side edge of the building. I select all the points of the left layer with the Select tool and drag it with the Transform tool while holding the Shift button. I put the edge of the two facades on top of each other. I delete the door in the left view with the Delete button. and I copy and replace from the windows above. Now I select all the points of the left view. I select the Rotate tool and write -90 on the y-axis and click on the scene. You can see that we created the left view correctly. You can reduce the number of windows in the left view. Now select the R layer to create the right view. I select one of the points on the right and copy the number of the x-axis. I select the Origin tool and paste it on the x-axis. You can see that the origin is moved to the right side of the building. I select all the points and drag them to the right. I put the edges of the two facades on top of each other. I delete the door again and replace it with two windows by copying. I select the Rotate tool and write the number 90 on its y-axis. You can see that the 3D building is now created. But there is a problem, and that is that the left and right views are combined with the front view, which we need to fix. I select 3 layers and put them in a group with right-click. I double-click on the group layer and activate these two options in the depth sort section.
I press the OK button. Now you can see that this problem is solved and the building is created correctly.
I return to the front view and take a duplicate from the group layer.
I change its location with the Transform tool. In this way, we created a second building. I take another duplicate and create the third building. There is another problem that the buildings are combined from the side view.
To fix it, I select 3 group layers and put them inside another group layer. I double-click on the new group and activate these two options in the depth sort section. In this way, this problem is also solved. I make the size of the building a little taller with the Transform tool and the Alt button. I can change their location with the Transfer tool. With this method, we can create many buildings of different sizes. I create a vector layer and draw a terrain with the Shape tool. Select the Rotate tool and write its x-axis as 90. Now, with the Transform tool, I bring the ground a little lower and put it in the right place. In this way, we also created land. You can add anything else to the scene. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to use physics and how to interact and change the direction of objects in animation. By enabling physics and its settings, instead of spending a lot of time creating keyframes, we use physics or the law of gravity. For example, if I play this animation, you can see how the objects interact with each other. Now, if I hide one of these circles and press the play button again, you can see that the movement of the other circle changes without creating new keyframes. In another example, if I hit the play button, you can see how the ball moves and the ball eventually stops. I will create a new worksheet to teach how to use physics settings. I draw a rectangle with the Shape tool and change its color. I create a point in the center of the rectangle and drag it down. I create more arc for this point with Curvature tool and dragging, so that the ball moves in this direction. I create a new vector layer and name it Ball. I draw a circle and change its color. I put the ball in the starting place. I make a duplicate of the ball layer and rename it. I change the color of the new ball. I select 3 layers and put them all in a group with right-click. I put the ball in the center. I double-click on the layer group and select the physics section. Now I activate Enable Physics. Here I can determine the direction of gravity, which is the default number of 270. Here we can determine the strength of gravity. The number 10 is suitable and I press the OK button. I double-click on the rectangle layer and select the physics section. Now, because I don't want this shape to move, I activate the non-moving object option so that gravity does not affect this layer. I press the OK button. I double-click on the blue ball layer. Enters the physics section. Here we can change the initial direction of the ball. Here we can determine the initial speed of movement. I set the number 1 for density. You have to change these numbers in different animations to create the right movement for the shape. For friction, I set a value of 0.30. And for springiness, I set the number to 0.50. I press the OK button. I double-click on the orange ball layer. In the physics section, I select the Start Asleep option so that the ball moves when it hits. Now I press the play button. You can see that the interaction of balls and objects works correctly. And the software has automatically created keyframes. If I hide the orange ball and press the play button, you can see the movement of the blue ball without hitting the orange ball. Now I double-click on the group layer and activate this option and press the play button. You can see that the type of movement of the balls changes a little. I return the setting to the previous state. If I double-click on the blue ball layer and change the numbers from the physics section and hit the play button, you can see that the blue ball's movement increases a lot. So you need to determine the appropriate numbers for the shape movement in this section. There are exactly the same settings in the other scene. One layer for the ball and one layer for the shapes in the scene. And both layers are in the same group. And if I double-click on the ball layer, you can see its settings. I double-click on this layer, and because I don't want the shapes to move, I activated the non-moving object option. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this video, I will teach you how to create different types of shadows for characters or shapes. In order to create a shadow for the character, I first select the main layer of the character, which is a bone layer. If I open this bone layer, you can see that all the other layers of this character are inside it. I double-click on this bone layer, and in the shadow section we can access the shadow settings. I activate the shadow on option and press the apply button. Now I press the control button and R to see a preview of the character. You can see that a shadow has been created for the character. I increase the offset number and apply. In the scene, I press the control button and R. Now you can see that the distance between the shadow and the character has increased. So increasing the offset number increases the distance between the shadow and the character. Using the blur option, we can increase or decrease the blur of the shadow. I set the blur value to 50 and hit the apply button. In the scene, I press the control button and R. You can see that the shadow is very blurred. I set the blur number to 30. Now the amount of shadow blur has decreased. I set the blur option to 10, which is a good number. Using the shadow color option, we can change the color of the shadow. I choose red. And with Ctrl and R, I see the preview. Now the shadow color is red. Or you can choose other colors. From this part, we can increase or decrease the opacity of the color. And we can change the shadow direction from here. Ctrl and R to see the changes. If we activate the shadow threshold option, the shadow mode will change and have sharper edges. We can change the shadow expansion value. I activate the shading on option. I press the apply button. And in the scene, I press the control button and R. You can see that there is a glow on the character that makes the animation and the character come alive. Here we can change the offset value and you can see the result. We can change the amount of blur shading. If I choose the number 1 for blur, he can see that the blur of the shading is reduced a lot. There are other options, like the shadow section that I explained, and it doesn't need to be explained anymore. By changing the numbers, you can see different results. You can also change the shading color and see the result. In this section, we can create three-dimensional shadows. If I activate the shadow perspective option and press the control button and R, a 3D shadow will be created. We can see the shadow better by using the Orbit tool. Now if I change the place of origin and press the Apply button and see the preview, the shadow is created where I put the origin. So, in this case, by changing the origin, you can also change the location of the shadow. Again, you can change the amount of opacity and color of the shadow. By changing the scale value, we make the shadow size smaller or larger. I will change it to see the result. We can change the amount of shear and see the result. After making the changes, I click OK. But there is another type of shade that has many uses. To create this type of shadow, I take a duplicate of the main bone layer of the character. Now we have two similar characters. I want to consider the bottom layer as a shadow. I rotate the character with the Transform tool. Do not forget that the slider must be in 0 frame. I double-click on this layer and activate the Colorize Layer option. I choose a dark color for the shadow and reduce the opacity. I press the Apply button. I move the camera back a little so that the character and the shadow are in the camera frame. Now if I press the Control button and R, you can see that the shadow is created for this character. I rotate the shadow with the Rotate tool and change its location with the Transform tool. Now, by pressing the Control button and R, we can see the result and the shadow is well created for us. If I move the camera, the direction of the shadow changes as the camera moves. We can also create another shadow for the character. There are two other very important points. I choose another character. Do not forget that for this type of shadow, you must first make the animation without shadow, and after finishing the work, create a shadow for the character. The reason is that when you duplicate the character to create a shadow, all the keyframes are copied for the shadow so that the shadow moves with the character itself. The next point is that we can make the shadow bigger or smaller with the Transform tool. In this tutorial you will learn how to create a loop background. Backgrounds or looping environments help you create long-lasting animations. Like a character running or walking, riding a bike, etc. First, I enter a photo of a background into the Moho program. I click on Image from the Layers section and enter the background image into Moho. You can download this photo under the video and from the description section. I make the background a little smaller with the transform tool so that it is the size of the camera frame from the left and right sides. I will raise the background a little. Now I take a duplicate of the background and drag it to the right. I adjust them so that the edges of both backgrounds are next to each other. Holding down the control button, I select both layers and right-click. I put them in a group. Now I create a new vector layer and name it Sky. And with the Shapes tool I create a rectangle as the sky. I choose blue color for it. I disable stroke. I put the sky layer under the group layer. I create a new vector layer and name it ground. I draw a rectangle with the Shapes tool. I change its color. I disable stroke. Now I enter the character into Moho. From the File section, I select Import. I make the character smaller with the Transform tool. I put the slider in frame 1 and select Walk from the Action section. And I press the Insert button. You can see that the walking mode is created for the character. In previous lessons, I have taught how to walk the character and save it using actions. If you haven't seen this tutorial, you can watch it on my channel. Now I click on the group layer where the backgrounds are inside and put the slider in frame 1. I click on the scene to create a keyframe in frame 1. I right-click on this keyframe and put it in linear mode. I put the slider on frame 144. With the Transform tool and holding the Shift button, I drag the background to the left. I match the end of the background with the camera frame. This way you can see that the background moves well. Now I right-click on keyframe 144 and select Cycle. I select the relative option and write the number 1 in the upper box and the number 143 in the lower box. I increase the total frames to 1000 to increase the animation time. I put the slider in frame 1. From the View section, I select the Show Output Only option so that I can see only the camera box. Now if I press the play button, you can see that the loop background is created. In this way, the background is repeated until the end of the animation. In this training, I will teach you video tracking in Moho software. Video tracking is the process of determining the location of a moving object, or multiple objects, over time, where we can add or replace images instead of the tracked part. I import a movie and replace a character's head with an actor's head. For this, we must first import a video into the Moho program. I select the movie option from the file section and then import. I select the movie and press the open button. I will play this video for you to see. With the transform tool, I shrink the video to the size of the camera frame. I put the slider in frame 1. When I select the video layer, there is a tool for us called video tracking. I choose this tool. I zoom in a bit and left-click here so that the video tracking tool follows this part. By dragging a little, I enlarge the circle so that it covers more color range and follows. I press the play button. Now you can see it roughly follows that range and keyframes are created in the timeline. If this circle goes out of the desired range in some frames, I stop the video, delete the wrong frames and press the play button again by moving the circle. We have to try several times to find the right color range and play again. Now you can see that it follows the part we selected much better. And keyframes are created automatically. I move forward one frame at a time. I check all keyframes to correct if needed. After correcting the keyframes, I put the slider at frame 0. Now I enter a character's head photo. You can insert any photo. I select the image option from the Layers section. I make the size of the head smaller with the transform tool. It is better not to change the location of the photo. Now I create a bone layer and put the head photo inside the bone layer. I click here by selecting the Origin tool. The slider is in 0 frame. I select the bone layer and select the track layer to video option from the animation section. Motion tracking settings are displayed for us. There is no need to change and I press the OK button. If I put the slider in frame 1, you can see that the position of the head photo changes. Now if I press the play button, you will see the result. I put the slider again at frame 0. From the animation section, I select track layer to video option. If I choose track point, angle, and scale options are available, which create the ability to change the angle and scale in motion tracking. Finally, if I press the play button, you will see the result. I will create the final rendering so you can see the result better. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you the rotation of the head and the rotation of the body of the character. Be sure to press the subscribe button below the video to see my next tutorials. As you can see, I have a ready character. In previous videos, I taught you how to animate a character. It is better to use a sketch to rotate the character's head and body. You can draw the character sketch yourself or buy and download it from Google and various sites. I will double-click on the photo layer and set its opacity to 100 so that you can see the sketch better. I move the image of the character to the top and set its opacity to 20 so that we can see the character. In the bone layer, there are two folders, head and body. It is very important to mask the character's head layers first. I double-click on the head layer and select Hide All in the Mask section. In the mask section, I select Mask this layer for the eye, lip, nose, and eyebrow layers. For the face layer, I choose the Add to Mask option. For the ears and hairs layer, I select the Don't Mask this layer option.
Now I select the photo layer and drag the photo with the transfer tool. I select the bone layer and create a bone.
Activate this option so that the photo layer is not selected during drawing. I select the bone layer again and set the bone strength to 0. I remove its connection to other bones with the Reparent tool. I write the name of this bone as head turn.
In the bone section, I select the Make Smart Bone option.
The angle should be from 90 to -90 and the length of the frame should be 48. Be sure to enable this option. I put the slider in frame 48, select the eyes layer and drag with the transform tool. I drag the character's eyes to match the photo. I repeat this for all layers. I coordinate the face layer with the photo by selecting points and dragging. Note that the color of the timeline is blue, which indicates that Smart Bone is working properly. I select and drag the ear layer. I match the points with the photo. I do the same for hair. Please note that for this character, 3 layers have been created for the front of the hair, the side, and the back of the hair.
I increase the thickness of the hairlines and make them narrower at the beginning and end with the line width tool.
I also select the back layer of the hair and correct the points. You can see that the head rotation is done correctly.
I will try turning the head to correct the errors.
I select the eye layer and adjust the points. I make the neck a little longer. I create another bone to rotate the body. I set its strength to 0 and remove its connection to other bones with the Reparent tool. From the Bone section, I select the Make Smart Bone option. I put the slider in frame 48. I select the body layer and move the points according to the photo. In order to improve the work in frame 24, I also apply some changes. I select the bone layer and use the bone transfer tool to move the hands. The reason for the movement of the neck is that the neck layer is not attached to the head bone. I will correct it. Now you can see that both hands are placed behind the character. To fix it, I double-click on the body layer and activate the Enable Animated Layer option so that we can animate the layer as well. In frame 6, I move the layers of the right hand to the top of the body layer. In this way, the right hand is placed in front of the body from frame 6 onwards. I also select the bone layer to move the character's legs. And I move the bone with the Transform tool. I select the shoe layer and match its points with the photo. I choose another shoe and match it with the photo. Now you can see that the rotation of the body is done well. To rotate the character to the right, I select the photo and press the flip button. I match the photo with the character. I choose Head Turn 2 from the Action section. Slider in frame 48. Now I repeat the same thing again and coordinate the points of the face with the photo. I also coordinate the eyes with the photo.
To solve the hair problem, I fix the points frame by frame.
I exit the smart bone and create another ear for the left side of the character. For the head folder, I activate the Enable Animated Layer option so that I can animate the ears layer during rotation.
To solve the hair problem, I fix the points frame by frame. You can see that the rotation of the head is done well.
Now, in the action section, I double-click the B2 option to rotate the body to the right. I repeat the same previous work for the body layers.
You can see that we did a good job of turning the head and turning the body.
Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to work with pin bone. In the previous lessons, you learned how to create a bone. But if you just click once using the Add Bone tool, a circle will be created, which is called a pin bone. First, I draw the earth and the sky with the shape and rectangle tools. In order for the sky to be behind the ground, I select the sky with the Select Shape tool and press the Alt and down arrow buttons. I take a render with the Control button and R to see the scene. Now I will create another vector layer and name it Worm. I choose the Freehand tool. The Auto Stroke option must be active.
I activate the advanced section and select the stroke color as green.
I increase the size of the Freehand tool by holding the left click and the Alt button and dragging. In the Effects section, I select the Shaded option and adjust it.
I draw the shape of a worm. Now I make a bone layer. I put the character layer inside the bone layer. I select the worm layer and draw an oval for the eyes with the Shape tool. With Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V, I take a copy of it and make it smaller for the pupil. I color it black. Now I take a copy of the eye and make it a little smaller. I also draw a mouth with the Freehand tool. I delete the extra points with the Selection tool and the Delete button. I select the bone layer. With the Add Bone tool, I just click on the character to create a bone pin. With each click, a bone pin is created. Create several bone pins. I select all the bone pins and reduce their power. The worm layer must be inside the bone layer. Now you can see that with the movement of each bone pin, the worm also moves. Now I create the animation for the worm. I change the color and shaded settings a little. I select the bone layer and put the slider in frame 1. I animate the character by moving the pin bones. I select the Manipulate tool and click in the scene to create keyframes in frame 1. Be sure to activate the Auto Freeze Keys option. I put the slider in frame 24 and change the location of the bone pins. I put the slider in frame 36. I copy the frames of frame 1 and paste them in frame 36. In frame 24, I lower the head of the worm. I put the slider again in frame 24 and select the Transform tool and click in the scene. I put the slider in frame 36 and move the character forward a little. This is how movement is created. Select the worm layer and animate the character's eyes. In frame 1, I click on the eyes. In frame 24, I make the eye smaller.
I put the slider in frame 36. I copy the frames of frame 1 and paste them in frame 36. I select the keyframes of frame 36 and right-click and select the cycle option. You can see that the animation of the eyes is created. I select the bone layer and repeat the same work. I select the last points and right-click and hit cycle to repeat the movement of the character. I select the keyframe related to the Transform tool and right-click. Select the Cycle option and be sure to activate the Additive Cycle. Now I get a final render so we can see the animation. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. I will teach you how to make the character cry in this tutorial. As you can see, I have a character that has a bone layer and there are other layers inside this layer. I want to create tears for this character. I create a new vector layer and name this layer Tears. By dragging this tear layer, I place it inside the bone layer and above the head folder. I zoom in a bit and create a tear path with the Freehand tool. I adjust the points with the Transform tool. I delete the extra points. With the line width tool and dragging, I make the line thickness of some points less and others more. I adjust the points again with the Transform tool. Now I put the slider in frame 1. Auto-freeze keys must be active. With the Transform tool, I left-click on the tear so that all points are selected. In this way, keyframes are created in frame 1. I select the Stroke Exposure tool and set the end percentage to 0 and left-click. Now you see that the path of tears is hidden. I put the slider at frame 24 and click again on the tear path to create keyframes. And I change the end percentage number and set it to 0 again and left-click to create the last keyframe. In this way, there is no change from frame 0 to 24. I put the slider at frame 48 and set the end percentage to 27 so that we can see some tears. I put the slider in frame 72 and increase the end percentage and start percentage. I put the slider in frame 96 and set the end percentage to 100 and the start percentage to 100. I press the play button to see the animation. I put the slider at frame 0 and change the color of the tears with the Select Shape tool. And I reduce its opacity. We have to create tears for the other eye.
I select the Origin tool and left-click on the
tear. Now I select the Transform tool and make a duplicate of the teardrop layer. I adjust its location and make it smaller and reverse the direction of the tear layer with the Flip tool. So that the animation of the tears is not similar, I select all the keyframes of the tear layer 2 and drag them by holding the Alt button to reduce the distance between the keyframes. Now if I play, you will see the change. I can create the cycle mode for repeating the animation. Now I press the play button to see the result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to set the character behind the table, so that the hands are on the table and the feet are under the table. First, I create a vector layer and name it Table. I draw a rectangle with the Shape tool and choose a brown color for it. With the Transform tool and holding the Alt button, I bring these 2 points closer together. I bring them down a little. I use a photo for the chair. I select image from the layer section. I will make the picture of the chair smaller and put it next to the table. I hit the End Flip button. Now I enter a character. I use the ready characters of the software and adjust its location. Now you can see that the character is in front of the table. We need to hide the character's legs by creating a mask so that it looks like the character's legs are under the table. I select the Manipulate tool and place the slider in frame 1 and left-click on the scene. In this way, keyframes are created in frame 1. I put the slider in frame 6 and create a sitting position for the character. I put the slider at frame 0 and make a group layer. I will name this layer Mask. I put all the layers except the table layer in the Mask group. Now I make another vector layer. I call it Mask 1. Make sure that Mask Layer 1 is the last layer. I select the Shape tool and draw a rectangle. I change its color. I double-click on the Mask Group layer and select the Hide All option in the Mask section and press the OK button. I double-click on the bone layer of the character and select Mask this layer in the Mask section. I double-click on the chair layer and in the Mask section, I select Don't Mask this layer. I double-click on the layer Mask. In the Mask section, I select the option Add to Mask, but keep invisible. But for now, I choose the Add to Mask option to see the layer. Now I adjust the points of layer Mask 1 to mask the legs. I add several points with the Add Point tool. I double-click again on the layer Mask 1 and in the Mask section. I activate the option Add to Mask, but keep invisible. You must render with the Control button and R. You can see that it will not be a problem. By selecting the layer Mask in frame 6, I modify the mask. You can see that it will not be a problem. Now you can see that it looks like the shoes are under the table but the hands are on the table. I create an animation mode for the character and render it so you can see the result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to move water using dynamic bones. I create a new vector layer and change its name to glass. I make a glass with shape and rectangle tools. I create an arc for the edges with the curvature tool. I select the Add Point tool and disable the Auto Weld option. And I draw lines to create the shape of the glass. With the Create Shape tool, I select the glass and hold the Shift button. And select the extra lines. I change the color of the glass. I reduce its opacity.
I change the color of the edges.
I reduce its opacity. I select the Both option and click the Create Shape button. I make the color of the glass a little darker. I create a new vector layer and rename it to Water. I draw a rectangle with the Shape tool.
I will make it blue and reduce its
opacity. I select two layers and put them in a group. I select the water layer and select the points with the Select tool. I click on the Split option 5 times. I double-click on the group layer and select the Hide All option in the masking section. I move the shape of the water a little lower. I make a bone layer. I put the water layer inside the bone layer. I select the bone layer and create the bones. I select the bones and use Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V to make several copies of them. And I put them in the right place. I select all the bottom bones and connect them to the pin bone with the Reparent tool. I select all the bones and reduce their strength. I select the bone layer and insert a hand layer from the library. From the animation section, I select the Clear Animation option and then Frame layer to delete all the keyframes created in the hand layer. I change the location of the hand with the Transform tool. I remove the hand from the group layer. I select both hand and group layers and put them inside another group. I determine the place of origin. I select the bone layer and select the bones in this order. I activate the Bone Dynamics option. These numbers are correct. I select the group layer and create keyframes.
I put the slider in frame 60 and copy frame 36 to frame 60.
I select all keyframes and select Smooth. I select the last keyframe and then select the cycle option. Now I will press the play button to see the result. Thank you for being with me until the end of this tutorial. Great job! Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, you will learn how to animate photos using Smart Warp Layer and Mesh so that you can create a more lively and attractive scene. For example, in this tutorial I animate some trees to make it look like the wind is blowing in the scene. First, I insert a photo of a tree into the scene from the Layers section. This picture is without background and in PNG format. You can download or buy these pictures from different sites. I will make the photo smaller. I create a new vector layer and rename it to Mesh. Using the Add Point tool, I draw the approximate shape of the tree. The Auto Weld option must be active. In this way this shape is made. I disable the stroke and change the color of the shape. I can modify the location of the points with the Transform tool, drag the mesh layer below the photo layer. I click on the mesh layer and select Triangulate 2D Mesh from the Draw section. This is how mesh is made. Now I double-click on the image layer and select the image section. In the Smart Warp Layer section I select the mesh option. I select the mesh layer in the Transform tool. Because the slider is in 0 frame, there is no change by moving the points. So I put the slider in frame 1 and click on the tree with the Transform tool to create keyframes in the timeline. I put the slider in frame 24 and select a number of points. With the Transform tool I change the location of the points and rotate them a little. This is how movement is created. I will correct the location of the points in frame 24. I put the slider in frame 48 and select the points again. I copy the points of frame 1 to frame 48. I copy with Ctrl and C and paste with Ctrl and V so that the points return to their original place. Now I change the location of the points again with the Transform tool. I select and copy keyframes 24. Now I place the slider in frame 72 and paste. In this way he sees that movement is created for the tree. I select all the keyframes and right-click and select the Smooth option. I select keyframes number 72 and right-click and select Cycle option. I write the number 24 in the above box. In this way the movement is repeated until the end of the animation. I increase the length of the animation to 500 frames and press the play button to see the animation. Because I want the speed of the tree's movement to be slower and more natural, I select these keyframes and drag by holding the Alt button and left-clicking. Now you can see that the movement of the tree has become more natural and it seems that the wind is blowing in the scene. I select the image layer and mesh and right-click and put them in a group. I will name the group G. I take a duplicate from this group to create another tree. I will change its location and make it smaller. In group G2, I select the mesh layer and move the keyframes a little closer together so that the movement of both trees is not the same. I make another duplicate of group G2 to create a third tree. The slider must be in 0 frame. I repeat the same thing for the group G3. In the G3 group, I select the mesh layer and move the keyframes further apart. Hold down the Alt key. In this empty layer I make a land. I change its color. Now I will take a rendering so you can see the final animation. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you the animation of the front walking cycle in Moho. For this tutorial I entered a character. I create a new vector layer and change its name to Guideline. I will create 3 guidelines so that we can do the training more precisely. I move the guideline layer down. I select the bone layer and place the slider in frame 1. I activate the Auto Freeze Keys option. I select the Transform Bone tool and click in the scene to create keyframes in frame 1. I will zoom a little in the timeline so that you can see the keyframes better. I put the slider in frame 7 holding the Control button and left-clicking on the red dots I dragged. To make the leg smaller I set it with Guideline. I bend the character a little to the right and make the right hand a little smaller. I drag by holding the control button and left clicking. When do I copy frames 1 and paste them in frame 12 so that the character returns to its original state? Now I repeat the same thing for the right leg. I bend the character to the left and make the left hand a little smaller. I make the character's legs a little straighter. I move these keyframes to frame 16 to make the movement slower. I move the slider to frame 25 and copy and paste keyframe 7 to frame 25. I move the slider to frame 12 and move the character a little higher with the Manipulate tool. I move the slider to frame 21 and move the character a little higher with the Manipulate tool. I select all the keyframes and right-click and select the Smooth option. I select the last keyframes and right-click and select the Cycle option. In the above box I write the number 7 and select the Relative option. Now I press the play button. You can see that the character walks well from the front. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to light in Moho software and how to turn the lighting on and off. First I change the name of this layer to Chandelier. I draw the chandelier with Shape and Oval tools. I select and delete this point. I will correct the points. I draw another oval and change the color of the chandelier. I activate the stroke and change its color. I will also draw a line. And I make the chandelier smaller and put it in the right place. I create a vector layer and change its name to background. I drag the background layer down and create a background with the Shape tool. I change its color. I create a new vector layer and change its name to Light. I determine the range of light with Shape, Tool and Rectangle. I choose Inactive Stroke and Yellow color. You can choose any other color. I changed the location of the points. I select both points and by holding the Alt button and dragging the left click, I increase their distance. I will correct the points again. I selected with the Select Shape tool and activate the Advanced option in the Style section. From the Effects section 1 I select the Soft Edge option. The number 10 is suitable. This way the edges become softer. I hit Ctrl and R to see the changes. I put the points a little higher. I select the shape again and select the gradient from the Effect 2 section. I select the linear type of the gradient and activate the Yellow Transparency option. We only need 2 colors, so select one of the colors and delete one of the colors by pressing the Delete button. I choose yellow for both, but I make the opacity of the bottom color very low. I lower the opacity of the top color a little. I adjust the position of the colors and hit Ctrl and R to see the changes. I create a new vector layer named Oval. I draw an ellipse with the Shape tool and adjust the points. I selected with the Select Shape tool, disable the gradient and stroke effect and reduce its opacity. Now you can see that the light is well created. I lower its opacity and lower the soft edge value. To turn the chandelier on and off, I first select the light and shadow layer and put them in a group. I put the slider in frame 1. I double-click on the group layer and disable the visible option and press the Apply button. In this way a keyframe is created in the timeline and the light is hidden. I put the slider in frame 24 and activate the visible option and press the Apply button to create the keyframe. In this way the light is revealed. I repeat this action several times. Now I press the play button. You can see that the light turns off in the frames where we disabled the visible option. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to make 3D objects in Moho. By learning this tutorial, you can design any object in 3D in the Moho program. For example, in this tutorial, I will design a 3D table. I will change the name of this vector layer to table. I draw a rectangle with the Shape tool. I select the rectangle with the Select Shape tool. In the Effects section, I click on the Image Texture option and select a texture for the table. You can download or buy these textures from different sites. I select the Tile option to repeat the texture. I adjust the texture. Now by pressing the Control button and R, you can see that the texture is well created on the shape. I create a new vector layer again and change its name to Table Base. I draw a table base with the Shape tool. I make a little arch at the end and make it narrower. Now if I choose the Select Shape tool, you can see that since we have already selected this texture, it is automatically applied to this layer as well. Now I will convert this layer to a 3D layer. I double-click on the layer and select the 3D options section. Now select Extrude. And disable these options because we don't need them. You can see that this space has been converted into a 3D layer. I choose the side-by-side option so that I can see the project from two views. I click on the view on the left and select the direction option from the view section and then the top option. Now we can see the project from the top view. I click on the table layer and select the Rotate tool. I write the number -90 on the x-axis. In this way the table rotates 90 degrees. I double-click on the table layer and it will be converted into a 3D layer. To adjust the thickness of the table, I select the Transform tool and change the scale on the Z-axis. I click on the table base layer and reduce its scale. I check the project with the Orbit tool so that the work is done correctly. I reduce the diameter of the table base and return to the previous view. Now I change the position of the base from the Position section. I also use the XY axis for this. I take a duplicate from the table base layer and change its location with the Transform tool. Now I select both layers of table base and duplicate them. In this way, two more layers are created by change their location with the Transform tool. You can see that we designed the table correctly. I select all the layers and put them in the group layer. To make the table base shorter or longer, I change the location of the origin and change their size with the transform tool. You can save any objects after making them and use them in future projects. For this, I select Gather Media from the File section and save it in a folder. Now I create a new project and insert the table I saved into the project. From the File section, I select the Import option and then the table. In this way, the table enters the project. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to animate a photo of a car in Moho software. First, I enter the photo of the car into the program. You can see that this photo is only one layer. But in order to animate the photo of the car and the tires, we must first remove the tires from the car in Photoshop software and then enter them into the Moho program like two photo layers. So I delete the photo of this cart and open the Photoshop software. From the File section and the Open option, I enter the car into Photoshop. I zoom in a bit and create a circle with the elliptical tool. Be sure to hold the Shift and Alt keys at the same time to create a complete circle. Press the Control button and C to copy the tire and then press the Control button and N to create a new document. Be sure to select the Transparent option in the Background section to create a document without a background. In the new document, I press the Control button and V to paste the picture. Now I will export the picture of the tire. Be sure to select the PNG format and click Save. I changed the name of the photo to Tire. I go back to the car photo, the tire is still selected. Now I hold the Alt button and hit the Mask option to hide the tire. I erase the extras with the brush tool. It must be black here. I also hide the front tire with the brush tool. Now I will take the output from the car photo and change its name. I go back to the Moho program and enter the picture of the tire into the program. I put the slider in frame 1. In order to create a keyframe, I click on the Reset button. I put the slider in frame 24 and set the angle value to 360 and click here. In this way, another keyframe is created and rotation is created for the tire. I write the number -360 so that the rotation of the tire is reversed. I select the keyframe 1 and select the linear option. Now in order to repeat the rotation of the tire, I select the last button and select the cycle option. In the above box I write the number 2 so the rotation of the tire is repeated to increase or decrease the rotation speed of the tire. We can change the location of the last frame. To stop the tire rotation, I place the slider in the desired frame and right-click and then select the Add Keyframe option. I put the slider in 0 frame and enter the photo of the car. I coordinate the location of the car and the tire. I make the tire a little bigger. I take a duplicate of the tire layer and coordinate its location with the car. Now I press the play button. You can see that the tires rotate up to frame 120. I select the car layer and put the slider in frame 1. I click with the transform tool to create a keyframe. In frame 12, I move the car slightly down. I copy keyframe 1 and paste it in frame 24. I select 2 keys and select the linear option. I select the last key and select the cycle option. I put the slider at 120 and right-click and select the Add Keyframe option. I select all 3 layers and right-click and put them in the group layer. I make the car a little smaller. I select the last vector layer and draw a path. I select the group layer and create a movement from frames 1 to 120. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to hug the character in Mojo. To see my next tutorials, be sure to hit the subscribe button. Below the video you can see that I have 2 characters in the scene. Each of these characters has different layers inside the main bone. I created a layer for the ground and another layer for the wall. The last layer is an empty vector layer. First I put the slider in frame 12 and select the boy layer. With the manipulate tool I create a hug mode for this character. I want this character's hand to be in front of another character's body. I take a reference from the bone layer and place it above the girl layer. Now we have 2 boy characters. I open the main bone layer of the character. I find the forearm left layer of the character and then turn it off. I also turn off the upper arm right layer. I also turn off other additional layers to hide the character's left hand. I also turn off the open layer. Now you can see that it seems that the hand of the boy character is moving from behind the body of the girl character. If we want the head layer of the boy character to be placed behind the head of the girl character, we turn off the head group. I also select and hide additional sections. Now you can see that the movement of the character is done well. I put the slider again at frame 12 and select the girl layer with the Manipulate tool. I create a hugging mode for this character. We need to fix this with the Layer Selector tool. I select and hide this part of the boy character. Should a girl character be placed behind the body of the boy character? I take her reference from the girl layer and put it on the top layer. Now I hide the extra parts. I go back to the Boy 2 layer and activate this part of the character's body. I go back to the Girl 2 layer and turn off the extra layers. That way there's only this small part left that if I turn it off, you'll see it's well done. By moving the slider you can see the characters hugging each other. I also select and hide this additional section. I select the boy layer and copy and paste the keyframes of frame 12 in frame 24. I put the slider in frame 36 and copy and paste keyframes 1 in frame 36. I repeat the same thing for the Girl and Girl 2 layers. Now if I press the play button you will see the final work. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to import Illustrator files into the Moho program so that you can animate or change them easily after importing the characters or Illustrator files. First I enter the Illustrator program. You can see that here I have a character created from different layers. From the File section I select the Save As option and then the Adobe Illustrator option. I will choose a name for it. In the Version section, I choose Illustrator 8. Now I will return to Moho's program. In the File section, I select the Import option. Among these options we can choose General Import or Adobe Illustrator. I select and enter the file. You can see that the character is created in one layer, but we want to create different layers for the character so that we can animate it clearly. For this I first select the head and neck of the character with the Select tool. In order to select other points, I select them with the help of the Transfer tool and the Select tool and holding the Shift button. Now I select Layer Effects and Break Apart Shape from the Script section. I choose the first option and press OK. You can see that a group layer is created with all the head layers inside it. We can select and change any of these layers. We can also delete these layers or change their color. I turn off the layer group and go back to the layer I entered. I select the body of the character and repeat the same work. Again, from the Script section I choose Layer Effects and Break Apart Shapes. Another group layer is created in which all the body layers are located. I name this group Body and turn it off. I go back to the layer I entered and select the hand of the character. I repeat this for all layers in the same way. I write the name of this layer as Armor. I choose the other hand. I write the name of this layer as Armel. Now I click on the layer that I entered and delete the layers that I don't need anymore. Choose the foot of the character. I will name this group as Leg. I go back to the main layer and delete the legs. I remove one of the shoes. I choose this shoe and choose the option Break Apart Shapes. I will name this group Shoe. I take a duplicate from this group and reverse it. In this way we created all the layers separately. You can name and animate all layers. Now I change the color of some layers. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to make sea and water waves. First I create a vector layer and rename it to sea. And I draw a rectangle with the Shapes tool. I selected with the Select Shapes tool. In the Effects section, I select the Gradient option. I create blue and pale blue and adjust them. I create another vector layer and rename it to Wave. I select the Shapes tool and try to make a wave with the rectangle. I will add 2 more points. I select all the points and make the wave a little bigger with the Transform tool, and holding the Alt button I select the wave with the Select Shapes tool and change its color. I also reduce the opacity a little. From the Effects section I select the Soft Edge option. I write the blur radius value as 7. I put the slider in frame 1 and click on the scene with the Transform tool to create a keyframe. I put the slider in frame 30 and change the location of the points. I copy keyframes, one with Ctrl and C, and paste them in frame 60 with Ctrl and V. I select the last keyframes and right-click and select the Cycle option. I also activate the Additive Cycle option and press the play button. I select the Transform tool, I put the slider in frame 1 and click in the scene to create a keyframe. And move the wave in frame 36. I put the slider in frame 60 and paste keyframe 1 in frame 60 so that the wave returns to its first place. I right-click on the last frame and select Cycle. I also activate the Additive Cycle option and press the play button. Now I select the particle from the Layers section. I put the wave layer inside the particle layer. From the Particle Options section, I set its values. I choose it and put it in the right place. I press the play button. I press Ctrl+R to render the scene and see the details better. You can change the particle mode with the randomized button. Now I insert a picture of an island and place it in the desired place. You can download or buy these photos from different sites. In this layer I draw the sky with the rectangle tool. I go back to the wave layer to increase the distance between the points. In this way the movement of waves becomes slower. Now I will render so you can see the final work. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you another water animation project. First I insert the picture of the faucet. I create a new vector layer and draw a rectangle. I will add some points. I double-click on the water layer and activate these two options in the Vectors section. I write the number 8 for the offset option. I create a new vector layer and draw a rectangle and change the location of the points. I double-click on this layer and write the number 3 for the offset option in the Vectors section. I will take a rendering to see the details of the work better. I create a new vector layer and change its name to drop. I draw the drop with the shape tool. I'll put the origin here and make it smaller. Now I make a particle layer and put the drop layer inside it. We need to change the particle settings. I put it in the right place with the transform tool. I increase the damping option so that the drops are created here. I create a new layer and rename it to Reflection. I draw an oval. With the Select Shape tool, I select an ellipse and click on the gradient option from the Effects section. I select this color and reduce its opacity. I also activate the transparency option. I change the place of origin. I create a new particle layer. I put the reflection layer inside it. And I modify the particle settings. I select the particle and water layers and put them in a group. I double-click on the group layer and mask it. Select the oval and reduce the opacity of the white gradient. I slightly change the angle of the particle. Now I will take a final rendering of the project so that we can see the result. You can see that the water animation is well done. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to jump a character and you will also learn how to save it as an action. First I create a vector layer for the guidelines. I activate the stroke and make a shape from it. I will make a copy of this line to make another guideline for the jump arc. I will modify the arc a little. I put the slider in frame 1 and select the character layer. I click in the scene with the transform tool to create a keyframe. I put the slider at frame 6 and click again to create another keyframe. I create a jumping mode for the character with the manipulate tool. I select the transform tool and in frames September 12, 15 and 18 I change the location of the character to create keyframes. I coordinate the location of the character with the auxiliary line. In frame 9 I modify the character with the manipulate tool. I put the slider in frame 12 and apply the changes. I put the slider at frame 15 and apply the changes again until the character is ready to land. I put the slider in frame 18 and modify the bones of the character. I put the slider in frame 21 and return the bones of the character to their original state. Now you can see that the jump for the character has done well. Now we need to save it using Action so that we can always use it. First, I select all the keyframes and select the smooth option. I select the keyframes again and copy them. I activate the Action section. I click on the new Action option and press OK. Now I press the Control button and V so that the keyframes are pasted. I click on the mainline option and delete all keyframes. Now I put the slider in any frame I want and activate Jump from the Action section. I disable the line layer. You can see that the character jump is done. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. I will teach you how to rotate the character's hand 360 degrees in this video. I already entered the photo of the hand into Moho to use it to design the hand more accurately. First, I create a vector layer and change its name to palm. I draw the palm with the oval tool. I add some points and place the points in the right place with the transform tool. I will create another layer and name it 1, 2. Draw the first finger with the ellipse tool. I will duplicate from layer 1 and name it 2. I adjust the second finger. I take a duplicate from layer 2 and name it 3. I adjust the third finger. I take another duplicate from finger 3 and name it number 4. I adjust finger 4. I take another duplicate from the fourth finger and name it 5. I adjust the thumb. I hide the photo layer. With the Select Shape tool, I select and color each of the layers. I choose the stroke color. I select the Hide Edge tool and hide the extra lines for each layer. I press Ctrl and R to see the result better. Now I create a bone layer and place all the layers inside the bone layer. I select the bone layer and create the hand bones. I select the Bone Strength tool and press Ctrl and A to select all the bones. Now, by dragging, I reduce the strength of the bones. With the Reparent tool, I correct the connection of the bones. Now we have to bind the points of each layer to the desired bone. First, I select the bone and then I select these 4 points. Select the Bind Point tool and then click on the Bind Points button. In this way, these 4 points are bound to this bone. I repeat this for all the bones and layers. I select bone 2 and bind it. I select bone 3 and bind it. I select bone 4 and bind it. I select bone 5 and bind it. I also bind the palm layer to its bone. Now you can see that the fingers move well. After binding the bones, I create a bone with the Add Bone tool. I set its power to 0. This bone should not be connected to another bone. Now I will turn this bone into a smart bone. This setting is suitable for smart bone. I put the slider in frame 48 and change the position of the bones with the transform tool. I select the palm layer and change the location of the points. Now you can see that the hand rotation is done well. I put the slider at frame 0 and select B12-2. Option in the Action section and double-click. I put the slider in frame 48 and change the position of the bones with the Transform tool. I want the thumb to be behind the palm layer. For this, I put the slider in frame 6 and double-click on the bone layer. I activate the Enable Animated Layer Order option. I put the thumb layer under the palm layer. Now you can see that from frame 6 onwards, the thumb is placed under the palm layer. I put the slider in frame 48 and change the position of the other fingers again. I put the slider in frame 12 and change the order of the layers by dragging. The order of the layers is very important for hand rotation. I put the slider again in frame 48 and change the location of the points of the palm layer. I turn off all layers except layer 5 to fix the thumb points. I also modify the points of the palm layer. I click on the main line. I also modify the points of the palm layer. Now you can see that the hand rotation is well done. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to make sea and waves in Moho. First, I create a new layer and rename it to Wave. I draw a circle from the center of the page with the Shape tool. I hold the Shift and Alt buttons at the same time and drag. I select the Select Point tool and click on the Split option several times. Now I drag on the shape with the Noise tool to create noise for the circle. I change the location of the points with the Transform tool. I change its color to blue. I activate the stroke and assign it a pale blue color. I make parts of the stroke thicker with the Line Width tool. Do not forget that the origin must be in the center of the circle. I select the Transform tool and place the slider in frame 1. I click on the Reset button to create a point and set the slider to frame 72. Then write 360 in the angle section. I click on frame 72 to create another keyframe. If I press the play button, you can see that the rotation is created for the shape. I select both points and right-click and select the linear option. I select the last point and click on the cycle option. If I press the play button, you can see that the shape rotates non-stop. I put the shape at the bottom of the frame and make several copies of it and then move each shape a little further until I reach the end of the frame. In the sequencer section, I move the layers a little so that the movement of the waves is not the same. I select all the layers and put them in a group. I create a particle layer and put the group layer inside the particle layer. I change the particle settings. I select the rotate tool and change the x-axis. I also activate the randomized option in the particle settings. You can see that the wave mode is well formed. I take a copy of the particle and drag its layer down. I press the Control button and R to see the result. Now I import a picture of a ship into the program and make it smaller. I create the animation for the ship. I right-click and select Cycle. I press the play button to see the result. I create a rectangle at the bottom and change its color. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to animate hair in the Moho program. I will create a new layer. I create the upper part of the hair with the Shape tool. I make another layer for the front part of the character's hair. And I create the hair with the Shape tool. I will make it a little bigger and put it in the right place. I select the bone layer and create hair bones with the Add Bone tool. I select all the bones and make their power 0. I connect the first bone to the head bone so that the hair moves as the head moves. I select the hair layer and bind each bone to its corresponding points. I click on the bone layer and select the bone layer. The Bone Selection tool. Then, from the Bone Constraints section, I activate the Dynamic and Wind option. Now you can see the movement of the hair. I take a copy of this layer and change its location. I take another copy of this layer. Now you can see that all 3 layers of hair are moving. I take another copy of this layer and change its location and then hit the flip button. I change the location of the origin and rotate the hair a little. Select the bone layer and copy all 3 bones. I copy with Ctrl and C and paste with Ctrl and B. Now I will change its location. I select and flip the first bone and then rotate it a little. I connect the first hair bone to the head bone. I select the hair layer again and bind each bone to its corresponding points. I'll make another copy of this layer and change its location. I'll make another copy of this layer and change its location. I press the play button. You can see that the movement of the hair is done well. I will trim this layer of hair a little. Now I make another layer for the back of the hair. I create the hair on the back of the head with the Shape tool. I will change its location. And I repeat the same thing we did before for this hair. I hide the face layer to see the hair more easily. I select the bone layer and create hair bones with the Add Bone tool. I select all the bones and make their power 0. I connect the first bone to the head bone. I select the hair layer and bind each bone to its corresponding points. If the Add Points tool is not active for you, click on the Release Layer option in the Bones section to activate Add Points. I click on the bone layer and choose the Select Bone option. After the Bone Constraints section, I activate the Dynamic and Wind options. Now I will make 2 more copies of this layer and change their location. Now if I press the play button, you can see the hair moving. You can use the Wind tool to change the direction of the wind. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to create and rotate a 3D planet. First, I import a photo of the Earth map into the Moho program. You can download these maps from Google or other websites. Do not forget that the photo must be in JPG or PNG format. I select the image option from the script section. Now there are 2 other options. The first option is Fisheye, which creates an arc for the photo. The second option creates the photo as a sphere. I choose the spherical panorama option. You can see that the map changes shape. And a new layer is automatically created and the map layer is turned off. I double-click on the new layer. In the 3D options section, I disable these two options. From the general section, I activate the Immune to Camera option and press the OK button. You can see that the map is created as a sphere, which we can rotate with the Rotate button. The only problem is that the texts are reversed. To correct it, I select the Transform tool and flip it. In this way, the texts will return to normal. Now I create an animation for the sphere with the Rotate tool. I place the slider in frame 1 and click on the Reset option to create a keyframe. I put the slider in frame 168 and write the number 360 in this box and click. I select the frames and select the linear option so that the movement is uniform. I right-click on the last keyframe and select the Cycle option to keep repeating the movement. I press the play button. To increase the speed of the sphere, you can move the last keyframe closer to the initial keyframe. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to create and animate the skirt of the character. First, I create a new layer and rename it to Skirt. I create the skirt with the Shape tool and transform points. I add some points to make the skirt more detailed. I change the color of the skirt. I change the location of the points to create the shape of the skirt. I create multiple lines with the Add Point tool. I select the Create Shape tool and press the Control button and until all the points are selected, and then I press the Create Shape button. I create the upper part of the skirt and paint it with the paint bucket. Now instead of color, I add a texture for the skirt. I create a bone layer and place the skirt layer inside it. I create the bones with the Add Bone tool. I connect these 4 bone pins to the upper bone. Now I create the other bones. I change the color of these bones. I select these bones and reduce their power. I connect them to the upper pin. And in the Bone Constraints section, I activate the Dynamic option. I select Other Bones and select Bone Dynamic. And win from the Bone Constraints section. Now I hit the play counter. I select the skirt layer and add some points to make the animation of the skirt better. I activate Win for these bones as well. With the wind tool, we can change the direction of the wind. I press the play button to see the result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. Welcome to this Moho Pro tutorial. In this video, I won't be giving any verbal explanations. Instead, you'll learn by carefully watching the process how I design the stage, create depth, and use different tools step by step. Pay attention to the techniques, layer setup, and camera movement. This is a challenge for you to observe, practice, and improve your design skills in mobile. In this tutorial, I will teach you animated order shapes in one layer. You can see that I have a background layer and a layer related to this boulder. I select the boulder layer and draw a circle with the Shape tool. I want this circle to be sometimes in front of the boulder and sometimes behind the boulder when moving. First, I animate the circle. Now the movement of the circle is done well. Select all the keyframes and hold the Alt key and drag them closer together. Now I select the last keyframes and right-click and select the Cycle option. I press the play button. I double-click on the boulder layer. And in the vector section, I activate the animated shape order option. I put the slider in frame 72. I select the circle with the Select Shape tool. Now I press the Shift button and the down arrow on the keyboard. You can see that from frame 72 onwards, the ball is placed behind the stone. I put the slider in frame 138 and press Shift and up arrow on the keyboard. In this way, the ball moves again in front of the stone. I put the slider at frame 0 and press the play button to see the final result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to use the Vitruvian tool in Moho software. You can see that I created a bone layer and there are 3 arm layers in it. I have created bones for each of these layers. I select the bones of this arm and click on its layer. In the bone settings, I select the Use Selected Bones for Flexi Binding option. I repeat this for other arms. In this way, the bones of each arm are connected to its layer. I select these 3 bones and connect them to this bone pin. I set the power of the pin bone to 0. I put the bones on top of each other using the Transform Bone tool. Now I put the arm layers on top of each other using transform point. I select the arm bones with the Select Bone tool and click on the Vitruvian tool. Now I click on the Group option. You can see that we can only see one of the arms. From the Active Bone section, we can choose different layers of the hand. It is better to use a smart bone to change the layers in the animation. I make a new bone. I set its strength to 0 and this bone should not be connected to other bones. I write the bone movement angle as 90 degrees. I activate the action from the Windows section and create a new action. I put the slider in frame 1 and select the Vitruvian tool. Don't forget to select all three humorous to activate Vitruvian settings. Now we can select the layers from the Active Bone section. I changed the active bone in frames 12 and 24. I click on the main line. Now we can use Smart Bone easily. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to hold or throw an object in the character's hand. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel to see the next tutorials. First, I insert a picture of an axe that I want this character to hold in his hand. I will make it smaller and place it under the group of hands. I reverse the direction of the axe with the flip button. In this way I place the axe in the back of the hand. I enter the hand switch layer and take a copy of the open hand layer. Now I change the position of the hand points so that the character can hold the axe. In this way, we added a layer to the switch folder, which we can switch between other layers. I select the main bone layer of the character and create a bone for the axe with the Add Bone button. I zero the power of the axe bone and connect it to the hand bone. I change the color of the axe bone to see it better. Now we have to bind the axe bone to the axe layer. When the color of the bone is red, it means it has been bound. Now you can see that the axe moves well in the character's hand. To throw the axe, I place the slider in frame 1 end. Click with the Manipulate Bone tool on the work surface. I put the slider in frame 6 and repeat this. I put the slider in frame 12 and create the character's movement. I put the slider in frame 18 and create the character movement again. I set the slider to frame 24 and copy keyframe 1 to frame 24 so that the character returns to its original state. Now I play. I remove the key of the hand switch so that the hand does not open at the end. Now I want the axe to be thrown in frame 16. In frame 16, I select the Transform Bone tool and click on the bone. With the Reparent Bone tool, I remove the connection of the axe bone to the hand bone. In frame 17, I open the character's hand using the switch layer. Now, in order for the axe to remain fixed, I will remove the keyframes of the Transform Bone section from frame 17 onwards. I put the slider in frame 20 and move the location of the axe forward. This is how you see the character throwing the axe. I delete the bone angle keyframes from frame 17 onwards. Now in frame 20, I create a rotation for the axe. Now you can see that the character throws the axe well. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to create and animate cigarette smoke in Moho software. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to see the next videos. First, I enter a photo of a cigarette into the Moho software. I create a new layer and change its name to Smoke. I draw an oval with the Shape tool. I make it white. Select the Soft Edge option from the Effects section and set its value to 15. I create a new layer and change its name to Path. Now I create the smoke path with the Add Point tool. I right-click on the path layer and select the Quick Settings option and then activate the Path option. Now we can use this layer as a path. The path layer is not displayed in the final rendering. I create a group layer and change its name to Smoke Group. I put the path and smoke layers inside this group. I click on the smoke layer and select the Follow Path tool and then click on the beginning of the path. In this way, the ellipse is placed at the beginning of the path. I select the Follow Path tool and place the slider in frame 1. And in the Settings section of this tool, I set the percentage to 0. I put the slider in frame 240 and set the percentage value to 100. Another keyframe is created. I double-click on the smoke layer and activate the Rotate to Follow Path option from the General section. In this way, when the path rotates, the ellipse also rotates. I create a particle layer and place the group layer inside the particle layer. I click on the particle layer and change its settings. Now I click on the smoke layer and select the oval with the Select Shape tool. I put the slider in frame 1 and set its opacity to 0. In frame 50, I increase the opacity. In Form 200, I make the opacity a little lower. And in frame 240, I set the opacity to 0. I put the slider in frame 1 and select the Transform Layer tool. I make the oval very small. I put the oval in frame 50 and make it bigger. I make it smaller in frame 96. And finally, in frame 240, I make it very small. We can change the shape of the smoke by making the oval smaller or larger in different frames. I will take a final rendering so you can see the result. You can see that the smoke is well formed. I put all the layers in a group layer. Now I can change the position of the cigar and make it smaller or bigger. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to make steam and coffee animation in Moho. First I insert a picture of a cup. I create a new layer and name it Coffee. I draw an oval with the Draw Shape tool. I change its color with the Select Shape tool. I activate the shaded effect for it. I create a new layer and rename it to Mask. I create a new group and put all the layers inside it. I click on the mask layer and draw the mask shape with the Add Point tool. I make the color of the mask black. I double-click on the group layer and select Hide All in the masking section. I move the layer mask down. I double-click on the mask layer and activate this option in the masking section. Now it looks like the coffee is inside the cup. I create a new layer and create bubbles on the coffee. I changed their color. I animate the bubbles with the transform tool. I place the slider at frame 96 and copy keyframe 1 to frame 96. With Ctrl+C Ctrl+6, right-click on the last keyframe and select the cycle option. Now you can see the movement of the coffee. I closed this group. I make a black background. I create a new layer and rename it to Steam. I create water vapor with the Draw Shape tool. I selected the Select Shape tool and change its color. I put the slider in frame 1 and click in the Fill section and just press the OK button to create a keyframe. I set the slider to frame 48 and set the opacity to 0. In this way, water vapor gradually disappears in frame 48. I put the slider in frame 1 and select the Transform Layer tool. I click on the scene to create a keyframe. I place the slider in frame 24 and change the location of the shape. I place the slider in frame 48 and copy keyframe 1 to frame 48. I create a new vector layer and rename it to Steam 2. I create the water steam again with the Draw Shape tool. I selected with the Select Shape tool and change its color. I put the slider in frame 1 and click in the Fill section and just press the OK button to create a keyframe. I set the slider to frame 48 and set the opacity to 0. In this way, water vapor gradually disappears in frame 48. I put the slider in frame 1 and select the Transform Layer tool. I click on the scene to create a keyframe. I place the slider in frame 24 and change the location of the shape. I place the slider in frame 48 and copy keyframe 1 to frame 48. I create a particle layer and place both steam layers inside it. I double-click on the particle layer and set the blur radius value to 50 also. I consider the opacity value to be 60. Now I change the particle settings. With the Transform tool we can make the particle layer bigger or smaller. I make a group layer and a mask layer. I put the particle layer and the mask inside the group layer. I click on the mask layer and create the masks. Tape with the Add Point tool. I make the color of the mask black. I double-click on the group layer and select Hide All in the masking section. I double-click on the mask layer and activate this option in the masking section. Now you can see that the steam is very nice. I export this animation to see the final result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to grow a plant with Moho software. First, I create a new layer and change its name to soil. I create some soil with the Shape tool and change its color to brown. I create some points and change the shape. I disable the stroke. I create a new layer and name it stem. I create the stem with the Add Point tool. To create Shape tool, I select it and color it. I also increase the width and hit the Create Shape button. I increased the stem diameter with the Line Width tool. And I reduced the diameter of this point. I select all the points and put the slider in frame 1. I select the Stroke Exposure tool and set the end percentage to 0. I put the slider in frame 72 and set the end percentage to 100. I press the play button. You can see that the stem grows gradually. I create a new layer and name it Leaf. With the Scatter Brush tool, I create a number of leaves and select one of them. It is very important to place the origin here using the Set Origin tool. I enlarge the leaf and place it in a suitable place. I reverse it. I make it a little brighter. I take a duplicate from the leaf layer and change its location. I take another duplicate from the leaf and place it higher. I slightly change the shape of the leaf with the Transform Point tool. I take another duplicate from this leaf and reverse its direction. I select the first leaf, and when the stem reaches this leaf, I animate its scale value. It is suitable in frame 29. I click on the scene with the Transform tool to create a keyframe. I put the slider at frame 40 and click on the scene to create another keyframe. In frame 29, I set the scale value to 0. I copy keyframes 29 to frame 1 so that the scale value remains 0 from frame 1 to frame 29. I put the slider in frame 40 and press the reset button so that the leaf size returns to the previous size. In frame 38 I make the leaf a little bigger to create a better animation mode. In this way the animation of this leaf is created. I select and copy all keyframes. In leaf layer 2 I paste the keyframes. With the Control button and V, I remove the keyframes of the transform section. I set the keyframes for this leaf. In fact, I repeat the same previous work for the other 3 leaves. I copy the keyframes again and paste them for leaf layer 4. I will copy the keyframes again and paste them for leaf layer 3. I adjust the keyframes. Now I press the play button to see the result of the work so far. I create a new layer and rename it to Flower. I create the flower with the Shape tool. Now I animate the flower layer with the Transform tool. I increase the size of the flower. I will take an export from the work so that we can see the final work. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to change day to night and vice versa. As you can see, I created a bone layer, and inside the bone layer there are many other layers. These layers include the sun, moon, stars, etc. Do not forget that the sky, moon, star, and sun layers must be placed under other layers. In the following you will see how to work with these layers. In this tutorial I will answer one of your questions about how to save a project completely with all its files. When you want to save a project, if you do it through the Save As option, the files used in the project such as photos, sounds and objects used in the project will not be saved, and by moving or deleting these files and photos in the computer, they will no longer be seen in the project. But there is a way to save the project completely with all files and photos. From the Files section, select Gather Media. Select the storage location and write the name of the project and press the Save button. In this case, a folder is created and all the files used in the project are stored in it. As you can see, audio and image files are saved separately. Now just click on the project to see it. If you want to add this project to another project, select the Import option from the File section and then General Import. Here you can choose which of the available files you need. For example, you may only need this character and not the rest of the files. Select any of the files you want and press the OK button. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to animate the camera and create depth in Moho. As you can see, there is a character in the scene that performs combat moves if I press the play button. In the Layers section there is a switch layer and a background layer. To animate the camera, I put both layers inside a group. With the Track Camera tool we can set the location of the camera. With the Zoom Camera tool and dragging we move closer or further away from the subject. We use the Roll Camera tool to rotate the camera. The Pen/Tilt Camera tool is another type of camera rotation. I put the slider in frame 1 and select the Zoom Camera tool and zoom by dragging the mouse. I changed the location of the camera with the Track Camera tool. You can see that two keyframes have been created. One is related to the Zoom camera and the other is related to the Track camera. I select and copy these two keyframes and place the slider in frame 24 and paste. I place the slider in frame 48 and hit the Reset button and change its location again. I copy the 48 keyframes in the 72 frame. I zoom in frame 76 and adjust the camera position. I copy these two keyframes to frame 96 so that the camera remains motionless until frame 96. I reduce the zoom in frame 101 and paste its keyframe in frame 112. I select these two keys again and copy them to frame 120. In frame 120 I zoom into the character again and adjust the camera position. I reduced the zoom in frame 126. And I copy the 126 keyframes in the 137 frame. I zoom in on frame 141. I copy these two keyframes to frame 168. And I reset in frame 172 and place the character in the middle of the scene. I press the play button. I will render the animation to see the final result. You can see that the camera movement is well done. Now on a new page I will teach you how to create depth in animation. I create a circle and a rectangle in two separate layers. I put two layers in one layer group. You can see that the image of the upper layer is displayed in full on the page. Now I move the oval layer back. I will return to the previous view. You can see that no changes have been made yet. I double-click on the group layer and activate these two options in the depth sort section. Now you can see that the rectangle is placed in front of the oval layer. In this case, the shape that is closer to the camera is displayed in front of you. Can see this action better by selecting the transform tool and changing the z-axis. Also, we can see the images from different views. Now I select the right view. We can also see images from multiple views at the same time. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to use layer comp. A layer comp is used to separate moving elements and enable export and precise editing. Many times I may have different elements in the scene, but we want to focus only on one character or one object, edit it or just create movement for it. For example, I turn off all layers except the character layer I need. I click on this button and you will see that there are several options. I click on the new layer comp option. Now I choose a name for the comp. I press the OK button. I return to the comp section. We can choose to display all layers. So I choose the Show All Layers option. Everything is revealed. If I go back to the button and select the Exposed Layer Comp option, the comp I saved is there. I click on it. Now we see that this character is separated from everything. I create another comp for this circle, so I turn off the rest of the layers except this circle. I click on New Layer Comp. I choose a name for it. If we go to the Exposed Layer Comp option, you can switch between saved comps. Now we may want to put both layers in one comp. So I reveal these two layers, I go to Update Layer Comp and select one of them. I go back to the Exposed Layer Comp and select the option we updated. You can see that the comp has been updated and the character and the circle are in the same comp. Now we can remove the extra comp. If we have several comps and for example we want to see two comps at the same time, we go to Show Layer Comp and add another comp. We can also see the desired comp in the timeline. Or we can hide it in the timeline. I can hide and reveal all layers. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to animate the mobile screen in Mojo. First, I insert a photo of a mobile phone. I enter the photo of the hand. You can search and download these photos on Google. I put the photo of the hand at the bottom of the mobile phone. I create a group layer and change its name to Photo. Now I enter the desired photos that I want to display on the mobile phone. I select these 4 photos and put them in the photo group. Now with the Transform tool, I shrink all the photos to the size of the mobile screen and place them next to the mobile. I will put the next photos next to the previous one. I create a new vector layer and rename it to Mask. I move the mask layer out of the photo group layer. Now I create the mask with the Add Point tool. Try to make the mask exactly the size of the mobile screen. Well, option must be active. I select all the points of the mask and use the curvature tool to select the peak option. I adjust the points so that the mask is exactly the size of the screen. I select the mask with the Create Shape tool and create a black color for the mask and click on the Create Shape option. Now I select the mask, mobile and photo group layers and put them in a group. I put the finger layer down for now. It is very important that the layer mask is placed between the photo group and the iPhone layer. I also delete this empty layer. I double-click on the group layer and activate the Hide All option in the Mask section. I double-click on the photo group and activate Mask This Layer option in the Mask section. I double-click on the mask layer and activate the last option in the Mask section. I double-click on the iPhone layer and in the Mask section the Add to Mask option must be active. Now I select the photo group and try the mask function with the Transform tool and hold the Shift button. You can see that it works well. I put the finger layer above the main group and put the slider in frame 1. With the Transform tool I animate the finger layer. It is better if the frames are in linear mode. This is how I animated the finger layer. I select the photo group and put the slider in 0 frame. I place the first photo on the screen with the Transform tool. I put the slider in frame 1 and set the scale to 0. I copy the keyframes of frame 1 to frame 41. In frame 48, when the finger hits the gallery icon, I create the number 1 for scale in 3 axes. Make sure the origin is in the middle of the image. I move the frames a little further to get better results. It's okay now. I place the slider at frame 96 and click on the scene with the Transform tool to create another keyframe. I put the slider in frame 108 and drag it by holding the Shift button to see the next picture. I put the slider at 144 and click so that the photo does not move at this distance. In the same way I continue the animation for the next photos. I press the play button to see the animation up to this point. Now I select the finger layer and animate the finger while moving the photos. I render the animation so that we can see the final result of the animation. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to work with sequencer in Bounce keyframe. I will create a new layer and change its name to ball. I draw a circle with the Shape tool. I change its location with the Select Point tool and place the origin in the circle center. I select the Select Point tool again and place the slider in frame 1. I click on the circle to create a keyframe. I put the slider at frame 48 and drag the ball down to create movement for the ball. To make the ball hit the ground several times, I select all keyframes. I right-click on one of the keyframes and select the bounce option. In this section we can change the bounce count and its scale. Using hold duration, we can determine how long the ball stops at the beginning of the movement. I return the hold duration option to 0. Now to work with the sequencer part, I take 5 copies of the ball and change their location with the Transform Layer tool. I changed their color. I hit the play button and you can see that all the balls move from frame 1 at the same time. But sometimes in animation we need one or more layers to start moving in different frames that we determine. In these cases we use the sequencer. So I enter the sequencer section. You can see that all the layers exist in this section as well. By left-clicking and dragging I set the starting location of the layers over time. Now I press the play button again. You can see that the balls start to move in the time and frame that I set. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, We will review the important scripts in Moho together. In the previous lessons, we reviewed the scripts of snow, fire, rain, and now we will discuss other scripts. Scripts have various uses that help us create animations faster. I am creating a number of shapes and I want to create a wavy animation. For all the shapes very quickly. So I select all the points and select the warp option and then the wavy option from the script section. We can change the settings of these scripts. I consider the number of frames to be 120 and press the OK button. You can see that many frames are created. I press the play button. If needed, we can create wavy scripts for just one or more points. Because this script creates a lot of keyframes. Use this script after finishing the animation. If you want to hide or show a shape or object very quickly in the animation, we use the black hole script. Duration and angle can be changed. We can also choose to show or hide the shape. By changing the location of the origin, the path of the script changes. We used the fade effect to gradually reduce the opacity. In the settings of this script it is possible to change the number of frames, blur radius, fade in and fade out. We can also use the unroll shape script. In the settings of this script, the number of transmission frames in display mode can be changed. We use the wavy fade script to decrease or increase the opacity along with the wave. Other settings such as the number of frames and blur radius can be adjusted. Now let's check the other script. The next script we will check is tiling. We can choose the desired tile shape. In the created group and design layer we can draw on the tile. From the mask section we can change the color of the tile. Now I go back to the tiling section and select the Repeat Tiles option and press the OK button. You can see that the tiles are created. We can separate each of the tiles. The next script is from the Draw section and the Animated Stroke option. So I first create a shape and then select this script. And I consider the duration to be 96 frames. In this way it is created for the stroke of animation. You can use the gear script to create a gear. You can create your own settings. You can also create it in a new layer. You can also use the star script. Now let's see the application of the random point color script on the shape color. We use the handheld camera script to simulate a moving handheld camera. We use the noisy point animation script to create noise on the points. I select one or more points and select this script. We can change its settings as desired. Use 3D script to create simple 3D shapes. We can remove the edges of the shape and change its color. We can also change its size. You can also use the Torah script and rotate it in different directions. Learning all these scripts will help you in making animations and saving time. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to create fire sparks and animate them. First I draw a rectangle for the background. From the Effects section, I select the Gradient option and choose black color and dark red color for the background. Now in the Script section I choose Particle Effects and then Snow. This is how snowballs are created. I open the snow particle layer and delete all layers except the P1 layer. I select layer P1 and zoom in on the snowball. I round the corners of the shape with the curvature tool. Be careful that the slider is at frame 0. I will make it red and reduce its opacity. I select the hashtag 5IN soft edge settings. I select the Transform Point tool and make a copy of the shape and make it smaller. I copy by pressing Ctrl+C and Ctrl+6, make it yellow and increase the opacity. I select the number 2 in soft edge settings. I'll make a copy of the shape again and color it light yellow. I turn off the soft edge effect for this shape. From layer P1 I duplicate 4 times and rename them. I change the soft edge value for each layer. In layers P2, P4 and P5 I slightly change the shape with the Transform Point tool. I click on the snow particle layer, select the Transform tool and set the angle value to 180. Now I put it at the bottom of the image. In this way the particles move from the bottom to the top. I double-click on the particle layer and reduce the number of particles. The number 125 is suitable. I take a duplicate of the snow particle and double-click on the new particle layer. I set the opacity value to 85 and the blur radius value to 5. And I put blending mode in screen mode. Now you can see that the sparks of the fire are created beautifully and the shapes of the sparks are slightly different from each other. I will take a rendering of the project so we can see the final result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to create a target bone and also how to stretch the character's body parts. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to see the next videos. As you can see, I have a character that is made up of different layers. I click on the main layer of the character with the Manipulate Bones tool. I pull down the bone to which all the parts of the character's body are connected. You can see the character moving down, but when I drag the character down, I want the character's knees to bend and make it look like the character is standing on the ground. First, with the Add Bone tool, I create 2 bones at the end of the character's legs. I will name the right bone T2. I will select the bone on the left and name it T1. With the Bone Strength tool, I set the strength of both bones to 0. With the Reparent Bone tool, I remove the connection of these 2 bones to other bones. These 2 bones should not be connected to other bones. I changed the color of these 2 bones to distinguish them. Now I select these 4 bones with the Select Bone tool and click on the Bone Constraints section. In the Maximum X Stretching section, I determine the amount of bone stretching. The number 1 does not create stretch. The more we increase this number, the more elongation increases. The number 1.2 is suitable for this character. Now I select these 2 bones and in the Bone Constraints section I select the name T1 for target. You can see that a target is created in this section. Now by moving the T1 bone, the leg of the character is stretched. I select these 2 bones again and go back to the Bone Constraints section. I activate the Squash and Stretch Scaling option so that the leg becomes a little narrower during stretching and a more natural shape is created. I write its value as 1.3. The value of maximum mic and squash and stretch scaling should be almost proportional to each other. Now you can see that the leg becomes a little narrower when stretching. I choose the 2 bones on the right and I consider the same numbers for these bones. In the Target section I select the T2 option. In this way, stretching is created for both legs of the character. Now if I pull the waist bone down, the character's knees will bend. In frame 0, this bone does not move. To move this bone you must place the slider in frame 1 or subsequent frames. By using this simple technique, the character's movements become more natural and you can animate the character more easily. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to create the destruction energy effect. First, I create a layer and change its name to a circle. I draw a circle from the center of the screen by holding the Alt and Shift buttons. The red color is suitable for it. You can choose other colors. I take a copy of this circle and make it smaller. I make its color brighter. I take another copy of this circle and make it smaller. I make it white. With the Select Shape tool, I select each of the circles and activate the Soft Edge effect for all 3 layers. I press Ctrl+R to see the result. I double-click on the circle layer and activate the noise effect in the Vectors section. I also activate the noise effect for other circles, but each circle has different offset values. I select all 3 layers and put them in a group layer. I create a new layer and rename it to Light. I draw a circle from the center of the screen by holding the Alt and Shift buttons. I just activate the stroke of the circle and make it red. I increase the thickness of the stroke with the Line Width tool. I increase the number of points with the help of the Split tool. I hide some of the middle strokes with the Hide Edge tool. Now I set the amount of stroke for each point. I select the Transform tool and place the slider in frame 1. In frame 1 I set the angle value to 0 by pressing the Reset button. This key must be in linear mode. I put the slider in frame 30 and set the angle value to 360. I double-click on the light layer and disable scale compensation. For continuous shape rotation, I activate the cycle option. In the Style section I activate the Advanced option, and in the Effects section I activate Soft Edge. I take a copy of the light layer and rotate it with the Rotate tool. I take 3 more copies of the light layer and repeat the same thing. For each layer I slightly change the location of the frame so that the speed of the lights is different. I put 5 light layers in a layer group. I put it under the circle layer. I take a copy of the light group and place it above the circle group. In the Light 2 group I make the color of all shapes white. I also remove the soft edge for all 5 layers. And by pressing the Control button +A, I select all the points and reduce the stroke value with the Line Weight tool. I repeat this for all 5 layers. I take a copy of the Circle 3 layer and place it on top of the circle group. I disable its noise effect. I put all the layers in a group. I copy this group. I double-click on the new group and change the opacity and blur radius values. I increase the number of points in all circle layers so that the noise effect works better. I put both group layers in another group layer. Now I can rotate it with the Rotate tool. I take 2 more copies of this group and change their location. I render it so you can see the final result. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial, I will teach you how to draw anime characters with Moho software. In drawing the character's face, we have to put the different parts of the face in separate layers so that we can easily animate them later. This tutorial doesn't need any further explanation, so I'll start drawing the character's face. You can download this sketch from Google or different sites. In the previous lesson I taught you how to create the character's face and the order of the layers. In this tutorial I will teach you how to animate the character's face. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to see the next videos. I click on the bone layer and create 3 bones with the Add Bone tool. I will make the strength of all 3 bones 0. With the Reparent Bone tool, I parent these 2 eye bones to the middle bone. I bind the bone of each eye to its own layer. Now by moving the middle bone the character's eyes will move. Now I create another bone to blink the character's eyes. I change its name in the box above. This bone should not be connected to another bone, and I will also set its strength to 0. I will turn this bone into a smart bone. I write the length of the frames as 48. I put the slider in frame 48 and apply the changes to the character's eyelids. In this way we created the blinking of the character. In the Action section, I click on the Mainline option. You can see that smartphone works well. In the Action section I click on Eyes 2 and put the slider at frame 48 and apply the changes. Now you can see. Smartphone works for blinking and winking of the character. I also move the upper line of the character's eyes so that it moves at the same time as the character's eyelids. I also create another bone for the character's eyebrows and turn it into a smart bone. The strength of all smart bones should be 0 and they should not be connected to other bones. I put the slider in frame 48 and apply the changes to the character's eyebrows. In the Action section, I double-click on the eyebrow tool and apply the changes. You can see that smartphone also works well for eyebrows. To animate the character's mouth, first I delete this layer of the character's mouth and create a new mouth for the character. I create a new layer and change its name to MEV. I create the character's mouth with the Shape tool and color it. I create a new layer and name it Teeth. I make the character's teeth with the Shape tool. I select both layers of mouth and teeth and put them in a group. I double-click on the group layer and select the Hide All option in the masking section. Activate the Exclude Strokes option in the masking section of the mouth layer. I adjust the character's teeth. I create a new layer and rename it to Tongue. With the Shape tool, I draw the tongue of the character. I put the layer of the tongue between the layer of the mouth and the teeth. I disable the halo effect for mouth layers. I click on the bone layer and create a bone to animate the mouth. I change it to smartphone. In frame 48 I changed the shape of the mouth. In this way we created the smile of the character. Now in the action section I double-click on mouth 2 and change the state of the mouth in frame 48. Now you can see that I created the set and happy shape for the character's mouth. I make another bone and convert it to smart bone to create other mouth shapes. In fact, I repeat exactly the same thing, only I change the position of the mouth. I create another mouth shape. Now you see that we can combine different mouth positions. To move the characters here I also create bones for them. I make a pinned bone. I will make the strength of all bones 0. I connect these first 2 bones to the pinned bone. I bind each bone to the side points of that layer. I choose these 8 bones, and in the bone constraints section I activate bone dynamics and wind. Now you can see the movement of the wind in the character's hair. I changed the bone dynamics numbers to reduce the wind speed. In order for the movement of the hair on both sides of the character to be different, I slightly changed the dynamic settings of the bones on the left side. Now I turn off all layers except the back hair layer. I click on the bone layer and create bones to move the hair behind the character. I bind each bone to the side points of the layer. I repeat the same for the front hair. I create another bone to bend the character's head and turn it into a smart bone. In frame 48, I animate the head layers in this way. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. In this tutorial I will teach you how to work with the collapsed layer script. First, I create a new layer and rename it to Table. From the center of the page holding the Alt key, I draw an oval. For the ellipse, I activate stroke and select a texture for the ellipse. In this way I created a table from the top view. Now I import different photos of food and drinks into the program and make them smaller. These photos are without background and you can easily download these photos from Google. I will enter all the photos. I copy the photos with the duplicate button and put them in the right place. I can put similar photos in a group. I copy the photos with the duplicate button and put them in the right place. I rotate the bread photos a little. This is how I put pictures of food on the table. I put all the layers inside a layer group. I double-click on the group layer and place the slider in frame 1. I enable the Allow Animated Layer Effects option and set the layer opacity to 0. I place the slider in frame 23 and take a copy of this keyframe. I put the slider in frame 24 and set the opacity of the group layer to 100. It is better if the keyframes are in smooth mode. I place the slider in frame 24 and select the collapsed layer script. Here you can change the number of transition layers. Now I press the play button. You can see that in a very short time and with just a few clicks this beautiful animation is created. Now if I move the same layers out of the group and run this script again, each layer will be animated by itself. If I want to hide the layers with this script, I right-click on frame 239 and add a keyframe. Now I run the script again in frame 240. I reduce the number of transition frames and select the Hide Layer option. Now I will press the play button to see the final result. Great job. Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. Hello everyone, welcome to Blue Cube channel. Many people have asked me why the color of the character's bones should be changed in animation and what is the use of this feature in Anime Studio. I recorded this video to answer this question to show you that coloring character bones is very important and practical in animation. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, I recommend that you subscribe so that you can see the next tutorials. I have a character in the middle of the scene and the time indicator is on the first frame. Now I want to move the character's hands using the Manipulate Bones tool. I move the character's hand back a little. After moving the character's hand, two keyframes are immediately created in the first frame. Also on the left side are bone angle and selected bone angle. And selected bone angle is red because it shows the currently selected bone and its related keyframes. I also move the other hand of the character. Now, if you look at the timeline, even though I created a new move, no new keyframe has been added to the timeline. Even if I select or move the head bone, no keyframes are added to the timeline, and all the bone movement seems to be saved to these two keyframes. Now I put the slider on the 12th frame and move the character's hands. I also animate the character's head. In this way, only two more keyframes are added to the timeline. Note that a keyframe has been removed from the timeline, and the reason is that we did not create a keyframe for the head turn bone in the first frame. Because as I said, the red bone only shows the currently selected bone and currently we cannot see the keyframes of all the bones separately. Now let's create different colors for the bones of the head and hands to show the use of coloring the bones. I choose all 3 bones of this hand and choose a yellow color for them. In order not to cause any problems, it is better to put the time indicator in the 0 frame. I select all 3 bones of the other hand of the character and choose pink color for them. For the head turn bone, I choose yellow. I choose a green color for the head turn bone so that the color of the bones is different. Now I place the slider on the first frame and move the character's hand. You can see that a yellow bone and line along with a keyframe have been added to the timeline. In this way, we can see the keyframes of the yellow bones of the character's hand in the timeline. I also move the other hand of the character. Because we made the bones of this hand pink, a bone and a pink line along with a keyframe appear in the timeline. I also click on the head turn bone. As a result, a bone and a green line will be added to the timeline. Now I place the slider on the 12th frame and move the character's hands and head with the manipulate tool. As a result, you can see in the timeline that in frame 12, a keyframe has been created for each bone we painted. Also, the red bone is the bone we have selected now. Therefore, the important use of coloring the bones is that, for example, if I want to remove or modify the keyframes of the head turn bone that we marked with green color, I can easily find its keyframes in the timeline. Now, holding the left click, I select its keyframes and press the delete key. As a result, only the movements related to the character's head are removed and the rest of the character's movements remain. I turn the character's head to the right again. So I will remove the keyframes related to yellow bones. We can see that only the movements of the yellow bones were removed. I also remove the keyframes of other hand of this character. In this way, only the movement of the head remains. Now I delete all the keyframes and hit the autofreeze keys button. In frame 1, I click on the screen with the manipulate tool. In the timeline and in the autofreeze keys mode, we can see colored bones. With the difference that bones and keyframes are created separately for angle, bone translation, and scale. I put the slider in frame 12 and set the movement for the hands and head of the character. As a result, a keyframe is created for each bone, and the colored bones are completely recognizable in the timeline. Again, we can easily remove or modify the movements of colored bones and keyframes. Also, we can change the color of the keyframes in Animate Studio. For example, I delete all keyframes and create some new keyframes. Now I want to change the color of these two keyframes so that I can easily find and modify them later. So, I select both keyframes and right-click on one of the keyframes, and then select the desired color from the label menu. In this way, the color of the keyframes also changes. Now I want to tell you some important points. Click on the main bone layer of the character and activate this button, then open the layer. I also activate this button for the t-shirt layer. Now I put the slider in the 6th frame and bend the character back a little. In this way, the name of the main bone is created in the timeline, which indicates that these keyframes are related to this character. This point is important when you have several characters in the scene and you can easily find the keyframes of each character. Now I select the t-shirt layer and move the location of one of the points with the transform tool. In this way, the t-shirt label and its related keyframes are created in the timeline. Now we can easily recognize the keyframes related to the t-shirt in the timeline. I also double-click on the t-shirt layer and change the layer's color to pink. I press the OK button. In this way, a pink color is created under the keyframes related to the t-shirt layer in the timeline, which distinguishes this layer from the rest of the layers. All these topics are very useful in making animations and managing the timeline. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. Welcome to the 77th 2D animation training with Anime Studio software, which is of course known by the new name of Moho. If you are interested in making animations, I suggest you subscribe to my channel to see new videos. In this video, you will learn the following topics: designing and rigging a fish, how to animate a fish, how to set output to create GIFs. Before I start the tutorial, note that in the previous lessons, I taught all the tools of Anime Studio, so I assume that you know how to work with the tools. First, I create a new layer and rename it to fish. Now I design a fish using the Add Point tool. For now, I turn off the Auto Weld option. I mentally design the fish, but you can do it from a photo. I use a circle to create a fishtail. I use the Create Shape tool to change the lines and color of the fish's neck. I do not select any effect at the moment. Now I create a fish eye with a circle. In this way, we will make a fish eye, but I will change it a little. After creating the shapes, I select the fish using the Select Shape tool and select Shaded from the Effects section to create some shadow. Now we can see that a little shadow has been created for the fish. I draw the character's mouth with the Add Point tool. For the mouth of the fish, I choose the stroke color to be black. Stroke must be active for the mouth. You can create the character's mouth in other ways that I have already taught. Now, by selecting the Add Point tool, I want to create a different color for the bottom of the fish's body. Make sure that only the bottom joint of the shape is selected so that we can create a new shape. I deselect this point by holding the Alt button. I press Ctrl+R to see the rendered image of the fish. Now I create a wing for the fish. I adjust the location of the fish fin. I also add another line for the fish fin so I can add another color. You need to activate the Auto Weld button so that this point is connected to the line. I only select the intersection of these two fin lines to create a new shape. I change its color. Now I make a bone layer and put the fish layer inside the bone layer. I create the bones with the Add Bone tool. I will make the strength of all bones 0. Now we need to fix the way the bones are connected to each other. In this step, we must bind the points to the corresponding bone. In this way, these prominent points were tied to the fishwing bone. Here, it is better to add 2 points to the fish's body in order to create better movement. I bind all these points to the main bone of the fish. I also bind the other bones to the points. After binding all the points, I test the movement of the fish. I will change the location of this point a little. Now, in this empty layer, I will draw a rectangle and color it blue to show that the fish is in the water. I remove the effect for the water layer. I also reduce the water's opacity. Now it seems that the fish is in the water. I create a new layer and change its name to Bubble. I also change the name of this layer to Sea. I create some white circles. I cut the circle layer by pressing Ctrl+X and paste it in a new layer by pressing Ctrl+V. I repeat this for this circle as well. I change the name of the layers to Bubbles. Now I create a particle layer and place 3 bubble layers inside the particle layer. I change the particle settings. I also reduce the opacity of the particle layer. Now we need to create a copy of the particle, and I will move it down. I will make it smaller. In this way, the bubbles pass both in front and behind the fish. Now I will animate the fish so we can make a GIF later. Be sure to activate the autofreeze button. I paste the keyframes of frame 1 in frame 24. I copy the keyframes of frames 12 and 24 to frames 36 and 48. For now, I change the mode of all keyframes to linear. Now I define a cycle for the movement of the fish. I change the animation length to 48 frames. Note that the lifetime of the particle layer should be exactly the same as the length of the animation. This animation is 48 frames in total. Also, in the general section, the opacity value should be 100. I delete this particle layer. I change the opacity of the bubbles between 35 and 45%. I create a new copy of this particle and place it under the fishbone layer. I'll make the size of the new particle a little smaller and change its location. In this way, the bubbles pass from the front and back of the fish. I activate the sea layer and make its color darker. Friends, it is better to change the mode of the frames to smooth to create a smoother movement for the fish. Now I create the fish movement cycle again. Now I create a GIF output. Do exactly the same settings for outputting in GIF format. Finally, specify the location and name of the GIF and click the OK button. Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson. Some of you asked how to make a ball pass through a ring. In this tutorial, you'll learn exactly how to do that. First, I'll create a vector layer. From this section, I'll add a new vector layer. Now you can give it a name. I'll name it H in English and type it just like that. Next, from the Shapes section, I'll select the Ellipse tool and draw an oval shape like this to form the ring. The size looks about right, but depending on your project, you can make it a bit smaller if you wish. Now, I'll select the Create Shape tool. As you can see, the inside of the shape is filled with hatching. At this stage, I'll select only the stroke option and click Create Shape. In the Style panel, I'll set the stroke width to around 220, though you can make it slightly smaller or larger. Around 200 works well for us. Then, using the Select Shape tool, I'll select the shape and set the stroke color to red. Next, I'll choose the Transform tool and place the origin point at the center. Then I'll position the ring properly on the canvas. Make sure that the timeline is set to frame 0. Now, from the Layers panel, I'll choose Image and import a picture of a ball. After selecting the image, I'll click Open to load it into the project. Using the Transform tool, I'll resize it to fit the scene properly, and place it precisely where it should be. To see more clearly, I'll zoom in a bit. Next, I'll duplicate the layer where we created the ring. This creates a new layer called H_D. I'll move this layer above the ball. Then, using the Selection tool, I'll change its stroke color to black. Now I'll zoom in with the Select tool, grab the bottom point of the shape, and drag it downward so it overlaps with the lower part of the ring. I'll hold down the Alt key on the corners and adjust the handles to give the shape a more natural curve. This way, the shape looks good. Even if it's placed slightly higher, that's fine. Now, if you look closely, it seems like the ball is passing through the ring. Next, I'll go to the lower ring layer, the one representing the bottom half of the ring. Earlier, I made its stroke color red so I could easily distinguish it while adjusting the top layer. Now I'll select it again and change its stroke color to black. As you can see, the ball now appears to pass right through the ring. Now, let's create a simple animation for the ball. I'll select the ball layer and position it at its starting point. Then, on frame 1, I'll click on the ball using the Transform tool. At frame 24, I'll move the ball slightly forward. At frame 48, I'll move it upward, and at frame 72, I'll move it downward. This way, the ball passes through the middle of the ring. But to make the motion smoother, we need to enable Bezier interpolation for the keyframes. I'll select all the keyframes, right-click on one of them, and enable Bezier. Then I'll open the motion graph and click again to expand the graph view. I'll enlarge it a bit so it's easier to see. Here, I can use the handles to smooth out the ball's motion. By adjusting these handles, we can create a soft movement curve. Adjust the green line to form a gentle curve for the ball's movement. If we play the animation now, you'll see the ball naturally passing through the ring. The more time you spend adjusting the handles, the more realistic the motion will look. Just remember, the farther apart the keyframes are, the faster the ball moves, so be careful not to overdo it or the animation will look unnatural. At frame 78, I'll extend the timeline to 78 to complete the animation. If we play it now, you'll see the ball smoothly passing through the ring. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. As you saw, with this simple technique, we made the ball pass through the ring seamlessly.
Hello to all dear friends and welcome to the Blue Cube YouTube channel. In this video, you will learn how to pick up and drop objects in Moho Pro software. I have already imported the character. Make sure the slider is at frame 0. First, I select the bone layer and select the image from the layers section. I select the desired image and click the open button. I resize the sword image. The sword layer should be below the upper hand layer. So I drag it and place it below the hand layer. I use the transform tool to resize and adjust the sword image. I select the bone layer and change the hand position with Smart Bone. To be more precise, I double-click on the hand action in the Actions section and modify the hand. After finishing, I double-click on Mainline. Now I place the sword in the desired location so that the character can pick it up. I select the bone layer again and create a bone for the sword using the Add Bone tool. I select the sword layer and bind the bone to the layer. I set the bone strength to 0 and also make sure it is not connected to any other bones. Now I move the slider to frame 12 and adjust the character to pick up the sword. I move the slider to frame 7 and click on the Smart Bone to create additional keyframes. In frame 12, I change the hand position. Make sure the Auto Freeze Keys option is enabled to create keyframes for all bones. I select the sword bone and connect it to the hand bone using the Reparent Bone tool. This way, the hand and sword are now connected. I copy the keyframes from frame 23 to frame 36 to keep the hand still. In frame 48, I move the hand. To have the character drop the sword, disconnect the hand and sword again using the Reparent Bone tool. First, open the hand and then disconnect the sword from the hand to have the character drop the sword. Here are some additional tips. Make sure the sword image is in the correct position and size before binding it to the bone. Use the Auto Freeze Keys option to create keyframes for all bones when animating the character. Use the Reparent Bone tool to connect and disconnect the hand and sword bones.
Great job! Now that you've completed this tutorial, let's move on to the next lesson.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the Blue Cube YouTube channel. In this video, I'll teach you one of the new and exciting features of Moho 14, which can be very helpful in animation. First, I'll create a path using the Add Point tool. I'll hold the Shift key to create a straight line. Next, I'll add several points along the path, and then use the Transform Points tool to move these points up or down. After creating the line, I'll draw an ellipse. You can choose any other shape you like. If needed, use the Select Shape tool to change the color of the shape. I'll add a gradient to the shape. Now, using the Select Points tool, I'll select all the points of the shape. Then, I'll transfer the shape to the path so the path aligns around the shape. To do this, I'll select all the points of the shape with the Select Points tool. Then click on the path once using the Curve Profile tool. This will make the path we created appear around the shape. If I now use the Selection tool to modify the path, the changes will reflect on the edges of the shape. Using this method, we can create very complex shapes. Don't forget, since our path doesn't have a stroke, it won't appear in the final render, so you don't need to worry about it. Now, I'll select this path with the Transform tool and move it to the corner. After making these changes, we can create an interesting animation. I'll select the Curve Profile tool and adjust the repeat value of the path to achieve the desired shape. Additionally, by using the Offset option, I can animate the edges of the shape. Note that the rotation doesn't occur inside the shape. Only the edges rotate. Now, by changing the offset value and adding keyframes on the timeline, I'll create an animation. At frame 0, I'll set the offset to 0. I'll hit the play button so you can see the animation. Without knowing this technique, we wouldn't have been able to create this animation. If we want the shape to continuously move, I'll first set all the keyframes to linear to ensure the animation speed is consistent at the beginning and end. Finally, by selecting the last keyframes and choosing the cycle option, the animation will loop continuously. Well, this tutorial comes to an end here. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial as well. Until the next video, goodbye for now.